Good evening, distinguished guests. I'm honored to greet you again. My name is Rose Kyusun Chung, the MC of the forum. I would like to welcome all online and offline participants to day 2 of the 2021 Busan Global Partnership Forum. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided in Korean, English, and French. For interpretation, please switch on the receiver at your seat. Korean is provided on channel 1, English on channel 2, and French on channel 3. Online participants using Zoom can also use simultaneous interpretation by clicking the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen. In addition, please make sure to wear your mask throughout the event, including when taking photos to comply with COVID-19 guidelines. Please also wear your mask before and after drinking during the coffee breaks. The forum takes place both online and offline, and is also being live streamed. So we welcome participants who have joined us from all around the world. We will kick off day 2 with session 4 on implementing development effectiveness principles at the country level, session 5, monitoring reform of GPEDC, and session 6, on the future of GPEDC and the way forward before the closing session. We will now begin session 4. Session 4 will take place under the theme of implementing development effectiveness principles at the country level. For YouTube participants, please post your questions for the moderator, presenter, or panelists in the comments section, and we will forward them to the moderator for Q&A. Now, I would like to introduce the moderator for session 4, His Excellency, Mr. Oh Jun, Chair of Save the Children Korea, and former permanent representative of Korea to the United Nations. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much. Minister, please. Welcome to session 4 on implementing development cooperation effectiveness principles at country level. I'm honored to have His Excellency Minister Mamadou Tangara, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Gambia with me, and also Dr. Shannon May, co-founder of New Global Education. But we have a few more participants who are online. I hope they are there. Mr. Piet Kleffman, Digital Ambassador for KfW Germany. Hi. And Mr. Marcus Manuel, Senior Research Associate of Overseas Development Institute. I guess you are in London? Yeah, my guess is right. And we have one more gentleman, actually, Mr. Gerald Mugabe, acting. But he's trying to connect from Rwanda, but the line is not so good. So I think he keeps trying. So if we get him, he will be on the panel, or otherwise we will just have.
I'm there.
You are here?
Yes.
We have your voice. I hope we have your video as well. But anyway, welcome. So we have or Minister Tangara plus or four panelists with us. This session, as you know, is about. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself first. I'm Ojun. Currently, I'm retired from the diplomatic service, and I'm teaching at universities, and I'm also chairing Save the Children Korea and sitting on the international board of Save the Children as well. When I was an ambassador, I was in New York, and from our chat, I just realized that Minister Tangara was also my colleague when we were ambassadors in New York, when the United Nations adopted the SDGs in year 2015. If you still remember that old days, we used to adopt something called the SDGs. And of course, we are still making a lot of efforts to implement them. But way before that, perhaps you remember that we once had a process called High-Level Forum on Aid Effectiveness. I represented Korea when they had this high-level forum in Accra, Ghana. I think it was 2008 or 9, where they decided to hold the next Aid Effectiveness Forum in Korea, which was held in Busan 10 years ago. So that's why we now have this process of meetings called Busan Global Partnership Forum. Even though we are not in Busan, we are in Seoul right now, and Busan is 400 kilometers away from here. But we call this process Busan Global Partnership Forum. And of course, when it comes to, I think it was very good that we changed the term aid effectiveness to effectiveness of development cooperation. Very proper and right change, I think. And since then, of course, we have held meetings in Kenya, in, I forgot which country, another country, and we will have one next year in Switzerland, I understand. And all of these meetings and our efforts devoted to enhancing effectiveness of development cooperation, uh, in a way culminating in the implementation of the SDGs. But unfortunately, as you know, during the last 2 years, last year and this year, we are very negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the United Nations, probably for the first time in 20 years, global population in extreme poverty, people who live below $1.9 a day, the population will grow again for the first time in 20 years, almost by 100 million people. So that's just one very telling data that shows the challenges we are faced with in the aftermath of the global pandemic is enormous. So in this session, we like to see how the principles we have for development cooperation are affected or not affected by this pandemic, and what is happening, especially in the field, in the countries where the actions are taking place. So without further ado, I have the honor to request Minister Tangara to give us his presentation, keynote presentation. Please, Excellency.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, who as he rightly put it, happened to be one of my colleagues in New York, but he was among the stars because he was part of the band of UN ambassadors. We am seeing our brother Yusuf here. I don't know whether you remember that very talented band with colleagues like Simona and others. Anyway, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors and representatives of international organizations, distinguished panelists, forum participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first of all thank the government and people of the Republic of Korea for inviting me and my delegation to this highly and timely forum. We also thank them for the warm hospitality and excellent facilities put at our disposal since our arrival in this beautiful city of Seoul. I'm deeply honored to participate in the 2021 Busan Global Partnership Forum, which brings together leaders, policymakers, and practitioners to share their thoughts on effective development cooperation. I'm particularly delighted to share my views on implementing the principles of development cooperation, effectiveness from both a general country level perspective as well as Gambia-specific perspective in the context of the COVID-19 era. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, through the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Financing for Development process, the international community has shown in a very precise and comprehensive way its vision for achieving durable results for people. At the country level, we continue to align and reflect these global commitments within our ambitious National Development Plan, NDP. However, as countries pursue their lofty development goals, global challenges continue to escalate, with the most recent one taking the form of COVID-19 pandemic, which has severely tested our resilience and how we manage development risk. It has also reversed the hard-won development gains registered over the past decades. In the Gambia, 1 year into the implementation of our National Development Plan, the 2018 Annual Progress Report revealed that out of the 61 development outcomes we sought, only 3% showed limited or no progress. We were therefore on a solid development trajectory until the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020. Thereafter, the pandemic reversed many of the gains registered in the implementation of the NDP, negatively impacting sectors as tourism, health, and education. Indeed, for many countries, particularly the low-income countries, structural weaknesses have deteriorated further, resulting in fostering a triple crisis of climate change and nature loss, to the pandemic and unsustainable debt burden, debt distress. Poverty and inequality are also ruining our societies as more and more people are falling deeper into poverty and remaining poor for longer periods. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to observe that even though it was not perfect response, many countries rose to the moment and in a show of unprecedented resilience and creativity, they mobilized and deployed effective mechanisms and substantial resources aimed at diminishing the negative social impact of the pandemic. In the midst of these dynamics, there is one lighthouse in this perfect storm. COVID-19 has once again confirmed the need for mobilizing not only public and private resources, but an urgent and strong focus on SDG 17 as it relates to the quality of cooperation and partnerships in our development landscape and in line with the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. which has high potential for quality development cooperation and effectiveness. In essence, it is undisputed that if we must overcome climate change, poverty and global inequalities, just to name a few, and make progress in the decade of action, the world must continue to leverage how we partner and collaborate on the internationally agreed principles of development cooperation effectiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recall that it was in Busan that the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation was established in 2011, which set the international standard on the principle of effective aid and good development to which all development actors should subscribe. It is worthy of note that at the heart of this global partnership framework are the four principles for development cooperation effectiveness. Reflecting on the first principle, which is country ownership, it recognizes that development countries must design and drive their development agenda, while the second principle focuses on results and is geared towards concrete outcomes that eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, and ensure that the necessary resources and capacities are available to take these steps forward. The third principle has to do with inclusive partnerships, and it emphasizes the promotion of mutual learning and trust among different development actors. The fourth and final principle of transparency and mutual accountability builds on transparent ways of working to improve service delivery and clarify mutual responsibilities. At this stage, and in line with the focus of today's forum, allow me to reflect on how the principle of effective development cooperation can guide and strengthen a multi-stakeholder response to COVID-19 at the country level. For a start, I invite you to reflect on the main challenges that can push countries off tangent with respect to the application of the four principles for development cooperation effectiveness in addressing the impact of COVID-19. According to the OECD in 2021, the provisions put in place to finance COVID-19 response and recovery across the world has been wildly unequal. The fiscal response to COVID-19 was on average 7 times smaller in low countries than it was in advanced economies. In advanced economies, debt to GDP ratio were allowed to rise by 20 to 30 percentage points of GDP. Similarly, the proportion of overseas development assistance provided as loans also increased, and it came along with tougher lending terms, thus posing a grave challenge to the application of principle of effective development cooperation. At the national level, for many countries, this is because in light of the significant decline of all private flows in 2020, concessional lending was seen as an important counter-cyclical source of financing for many countries. In other words, given the high debt levels that many countries entered the pandemic with, as highlighted by the World Bank and IMF in 2021, concessional borrowing emerged as an appropriate response given that the cost of market financing would have been driven debt levels even higher. In what can be viewed as worrying trend for development financing in many countries, the terms of loans to the least developed countries have hardened since 2015. On average, the grant element of overseas development assistance loans to the LDCs steadily decreased from 78% in 2015 to 70% in 2019. This is explained by an increase in rates from 0.34% in 2015 to 0.80% in 2019. And shorter maturity period from 35.7 years in 2015 to 28.3 years in 2019. Between 2018 and 2019, several countries also provided less generous loan condition grant elements to the LDCs. Another challenge that is manifest at the country level is the issue of vaccine access and vaccine nationalism. It is a fact that vaccines denying means development denied. Indeed, adequate COVID-19 vaccination is fundamental to socioeconomic recovery, and the prevalence of vaccine inequality poses another challenge to effective development cooperation at all levels, but more so at the country level. Ladies and gentlemen, strongly allied to the issue of vaccination is the matter of global public goods, GPGs, which is the precursor for sustainable development and is vital for reduction of global poverty and inequality. Regrettably, they have been underfunded. As institutions, mechanisms, and outcomes that provide quasi-universal benefits covering more than one group of countries, several population groups, and extending to both current and future generations, global public goods are non-rival and non-excludable. One country's enjoyment of the good does not affect or reduce its enjoyment by others, and once the good becomes available, no country can be excluded from sharing the benefits. Notwithstanding, inequalities in global power relations, fewer political and diplomatic returns on aid spent on GPGs, the high potential for free riding, and the lack of effective international governance systems continue to negatively impact the provisions of GPGs. The Green Climate Fund, set up in 2010 to channel 100 billion annually from developed to developing countries for climate adaptation and mitigation every year from 2020, has to date received only 10.2 billion in pledges. Furthermore, the challenge of global public goods provision is exacerbated by lack of reporting by individual countries and international organizations. Several major institutions with global missions do not report on the funds or programs they dedicate to global public goods. Official funders have not agreed on any standard definition of GPGs, nor do they report systematically on their own spending. According to their own definition on GPGs, the publicly available budget documents of many development agencies also make it very difficult to distinguish between country-specific and cross-border programs. Yet there is abundant evidence that global public goods make excellent investments. For instance, Stephen Helgate in 2012 estimates that early warning systems in developing countries would yield benefits of between 4 billion and 36 billion a year, with less than 1 billion investment. Having highlighted some of these challenges, let us now focus on how the principles of effective development cooperation can guide and strengthen a multi-stakeholder response to COVID-19 at the country level. Country ownership. Many countries continue to take the lead in defining their development pathway, including in this era of COVID-19. In a bid to leave no one behind, countries have been building institutional and human capacity to plan, implement, monitor, and learn lessons related to the national development plans. In the Gambia, the vision is Green Recovery Focused National Development Plan that creates resilience and is inclusive. The NDP, like others, will tick the boxes related to a comprehensive results framework. We'll have an associated financing strategy, including public investment plans, and will be aligned to global development commitments such as the SDGs and the AU Agenda 2063, and will be reported on regularly through annual progress reviews and mid-evaluation and end-of-plan evaluation. By the same token, mechanisms to widen inclusivity are being strengthened at country levels. And this leverage, among others, on the potential of digitalization for business continuity in a COVID-19 era and for reaching all stakeholders. In the Gambia, we launched this year 2 online platforms, namely the Diaspora Platform for Virtual Migration and Diaspora Public Service, as well as the National Development Planning Platform for Virtual Development Planning, related consultation and knowledge exchanges. Results. Many countries, including the Gambia, are using the context of the pandemic to revitalize opportunities to ensure that development partner interventions draw objectives from their national development strategies, draw indicators from country results frameworks, use government data and statistics for monitoring, and involve government in evaluations. Coordinated at the highest level at the presidency, the government of the Gambia has regular and institutionalized consultations with development partners, SCOs, the private sectors, and the NGOs through their representatives to monitor and ensure alignment of programs and projects, as well as adherence to the principle of delivering as one. In addition, multi-stakeholder engagements continue to evolve for the better necessitated by the grave reality of the pandemic and the recognition that we must come together if we must survive. For the first time in the Gambia, a whole section was dedicated to civil society development in the National Development Plan, as well as a plan for multiple partner involvement for government businesses. On the quality and use of public financial management systems, the potentials of digitalization have again surfaced. Similar to their linkages to fiscal transparency, financial governance, combating fraud, value for money in public procurement, and financial reporting. Legislative oversight of the budget has also improved in the Gambia, and the share of development cooperation recorded on budgets subject to parliamentary scrutiny increased from 0% in 2016 to 45% in 2018 and is projected to rise in 2020. Inclusive partnership. COVID-19 has further increased the complexity and diversity of development finance flow. And there is growing recognition of the need for more integrated approaches to financing, where public and private sources of finance contribute to sustainable development according to their specific characteristics and comparative advantages. Countries continue to receive support in adhering to this vision and are being supported to identify opportunities to mobilize additional sources of finance and use existing financial resources more effectively to achieve the SDGs. They are also being supported in strengthening country-level transparency systems for planning, monitoring, and reporting of development cooperation. Transparency and mutual accountability. Efforts are being made by the Gambia to collect development cooperation data beyond ODA and to development finance assessment have been undertaken by the country. They identify all the development financing flows coming into the country. The second phase of the development finance assessment analyzed how systems can be strengthened to better align finance with the current National Development Plan 2018-2021 and Agenda 2030. It further provided policy recommendation with a view to establishing an integrated financing framework in the country. As we reflect on the predictability of development cooperation and planning forward, many countries like the Gambia experience low annual predictability of development cooperation. In the meantime, gender-responsive public finance management and transparent information on resource allocation is on the rise as the pandemic has brought to the fore the differentiated manner in which it affects the vulnerable, such as women. The case is similar for system to track development cooperation information at the country level, where it continues to evolve in the form of several and in some cases harmonized systems such as aid management system, debt management system, and financial management information systems. However, sustainability continues to lumber this initiative as most had assumed a project format of management and become unsustainable once the project ends. In the case of mutual accountability, pioneering measurement frameworks and revised methods of working with and through the multilateral system is offering solutions to development cooperation effectiveness at many country levels. Since the pandemic emerged, many initiatives have been launched to increase accountability at these levels. They offer ways forward for transparency and mutual accountability, improve how partners work together, and increase their development effectiveness, although lacking a comprehensive policy framework for development cooperation. The Gambia has country-level targets for government and development partners. Regular joint assessments of progress assessments are inclusive and involve non-state actors, and they are timely, publicly available results of such assessment. As I conclude, please allow me to echo that learning from experience of different countries across the globe on how to best partner and work together will be critical to overcoming our development challenges. And that will enable and encourage all actors to use policies and tools for achieving national development priorities and the SDGs by 2030. I congratulate this forum for coming together under this agenda, and I wish you successful deliberations. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Tangara, for your very insightful and informative statements from the viewpoint of the Gambia, a very important developing country in Africa. We will go to the panelists by the order of Mr. Kleffman, Dr. Shannon May, and Mr. Marcus Manuel. And if we can get Mr. Gerald Mugabe, even though just voice, we will go to him eventually. Let's start with Mr. Piet Kleffman, Digital Ambassador for KfW Germany. You have the floor.
Yeah, good evening or good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be on this panel. Thank you for having me here. My name is Piet Kleffmann. I'm representing the German Development Bank, KfW. And yeah, I congratulate His Excellency Minister Tangara for this presentation. And I think it has shown that on countryside, there was quite a lot of progress in regard to effectiveness and efficiency to reach the National Development Plan, but also the SDG. But COVID also revealed the still existing structural problems, not only on country level side, but specifically from our point of view on the donor side. Just to go back into the past as you did, in 2005, we had the Paris Declaration on aid effectiveness, and we all agreed to improve our way to or our mode aid the delivery modes in order to be more effective and impact oriented. If I compare this situation more than 20 years ago with today, I must say I would say the statement is not really positive. Perhaps in contrast, today, according to OECD, we have more than 500 donor organizations and an unmanageable and still increasing number of funds and facilities and foundations. And they all have their very specific rules, regulations, conditions, and they are not harmonized at all. And even with the upcoming thematic-oriented global funds like the Green Climate Fund, they not have really improved this overall situation. They have not replaced other funding organization or instruments. And what makes that all more regrettable that the world today has changed. Yeah, it's not the situation 20 years ago. Development, notably technical and digital development today is much more dynamic as it was in the past. And the risk of global emergency is much higher. And we have to react on global challenges much faster than 20 years ago. So unfortunately, aid modality has not been adapted to these new conditions. It was not perfect at all, but then again, it's even worse at country level, I would say. And we think there are three major aspects we may overcome by tapping on digital tools. And His Excellency Tangara also mentioned the global public goods. We strongly believe that by exploiting and taking advantage of the new digital tools, we may strongly improve the way of aid modalities. And, um, and I think there are three major aspects which are important to have in mind when we talk on what is the way how to improve our cooperation between donor organizations and partner countries. Number one is that today we have a problem with speed. Whatever we do is not real time. We put information into a lot of reports, and the day the report is published, all data are already outdated. So we need real-time system, and we strongly believe that digitalization can make this happen. The second point is that we still have a problem to manage risks in an efficient and partner-oriented way. This was already the situation 20 years ago. Every organization offering, also national bodies, also partner countries, financial ministries, offering financial support has somehow to ensure that the means are used in the agreed purpose. And unfortunately, everyone has his own specific regulations processes, as I already mentioned. And this makes it very slow, very costly, and hardly to manage for a partner country government. So if I compare the situation today with the 20 years before, there was no progress at all in regard to harmonization of conditions, of activities, of funds in this regard. Yeah. And um, and this brings me to the last aspect, and this is there's no real transparency on what stakeholders are doing of funding. Yeah. His Excellency Tangara mentioned a system for data, to collect data and to assess them for policy making. All these are not really sustainable solutions. Yeah? And that's why at KfW, we were thinking on how may this be improved by using cutting edge digital technologies. And therefore, we developed a tool called True Budget, which is a blockchain-based workflow tool, which allow stakeholders to work together in a very transparent way. So everyone is using actually the same data set. And the advantage of, you may progress in the presentation, please. Show the next slide, if it's possible. Of, and again, this is an example of Ethiopia. Ethiopia officially has more than 80 partners, donor organizations they have to work with. And you may imagine that it's almost impossible for them to manage all these uh, um, funding channels for the sake of public investments in their country. Next slide, please. Yeah, and again, back to risk management. The way most donors today um, are mitigating their risk is that they establish parallel structures. They don't. Most of the donor organization don't transfer their funds through the national budgets of the partner countries. So even KfW, the German Development Bank, mostly what we do is we pay directly the service providers which are contracted by our partners on the ground. Yeah. So this makes it very difficult for public budget and for Ministry of Finance in our partner countries to oversee what actually was invested every year in the public sector of their own country, because they are not really managing by their own all these donor funds coming into their country. And this is specifically difficult for countries where the percentage of external funding for public investments is very high. So they are almost not in a position to establish a sound national budget, because they are completely lacking real-time data and trustful data on investments coming from donor side. Next slide, please. So our dream is that we may harmonize the way donors may finance partner country systems through the public budget, keeping control on their fiduciary risks. This is the key question, how to do that. And next slide. And what we think is that a blockchain system may create a transparency on the use of external funded investments in a way that allows us to manage the risk and to completely adapt our 8 modalities by using the own partner structures. Because, next slide, please. Okay, next slide. I will skip this. Because what we are thinking is the future is that blockchain-based network like True Budget, established by KfW, allow to the stakeholders to work together to make decisions on the same information shared by everyone. So there we have a real-time information system, communication system, and based on this system, we can then follow and track how decisions were made to implement or to use provided funds. And we may also, and everyone can control what was the process and what is the situation in the use of funds. And this is a complete new quality of cooperation. And we have established the system now with some of our partner countries, specifically in Burkina Faso, but also for some projects in Georgia and in Ethiopia. And we strongly believe that by this we can completely change our way of cooperation, and to replace our parallel system of cash transfer or fund transfer to a partner-oriented system. So not to pay the service provider directly anymore, but to provide the national budget with funds and then to see how this money actually is used by our partners through their own system and followed and controlled and in a transparent way by a blockchain solution. Now, this is a country-based system. So True Budget in Burkina Faso, for example, is not called True Budget. They have their own name for it. And we consider these systems as a tool, as a system of communication and cooperation of the development countries themselves. So it's not a donor-driven system. It's proposed to be used by and controlled by the respective development countries. However, we also believe, and I will stop with that, that this kind of technology might also be used for, yeah, for international multi-stakeholder funding instruments. And we are about to discuss with the German Ministry of Development and Cooperation on how we may use blockchain technology also to set up a financing platform for development for DPIs, for digital public goods, to make international multi-stakeholder funding on a global level much more efficient, more transparent, and faster for beneficiaries and requesting countries. So, just to sum up, from our point of view, there is a strong need to review 8 modalities which have not been really changed since the statements and conclusions of Paris Declaration in 2005. And we strongly believe that digital technology may help us to overcome major obstacles which in regard to risk management and lacking transparency and donor harmonization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kleffman, for the very timely analysis of the problems and also very innovative solutions using blockchain technology. Let's move on to Dr. Shannon May.
Good evening and good morning. Thank you. I'm so glad to be here with the ministers, with the ambassadors, all of the distinguished guests, and very grateful for our host, the Republic of Korea. I hope part of the example that I will give honor to Korea's own development trajectory over the past several decades. I do have slides, if they're available. It might help. If they're not, I can go without it, but it would make some of the story easier. There we go. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So let me first set a little bit of the stage for the issue that I work on, and I work on with partner governments. So today, across the continent of Africa, more than 2/3 of children under 15 are unemployed, even though they're not in school. Many of you would know that by 2035, it is now widely reported that there will be more children, more youth entering the workforce across the continent of Africa than across the entire rest of the world. Now, that should be amazing. That should be an incredible opportunity for growth and development and progress. But yet, that's not what we're seeing today. And a lot will have to change to make that a positive force in the world. Now, let's look in Nigeria. Edo State, this situation of youth unemployment is already very dire. Edo State is only 2% of Nigeria's total population, but it has 50% of its human trafficking. Now, what do you do to stop that? What is a governor or a president supposed to do? Now, you can, and the government in Edo did, arrest a lot of the human traffickers, put a lot more effort into finding these rings. They passed new laws to try to prevent this. But that is trying to treat a symptom. The actual problem is something far greater, but actually much simpler, which is that every one of the children in the state needs to actually have access to and then enjoy true learning, to be able to read with comprehension, to express themselves in verbal and written language, to be able to solve basic algebra problems. And if that can happen, well, then you can find employment, you can create employment, you can be part of the prosperous future of your own state. But it's been very hard for many governments to take on that challenge. There have been decades of development cooperation which have not been effective, where there has been financing spent on trying to develop improvements in learning. But I'm here to say that it is possible, particularly if we follow the principles of the Busan Global Partnership. If we look at what happens when a program is country-led, when it's results-focused, and it uses transparent data to support the government in its decision-making. Next slide. So that might seem a little small, but I hope you can see it. Like, the concept here is, in education, usually it's considered pretty much a black box. Like, think about it if you yourself work with your Ministry of Education or are familiar with the data from your country about learning or about teacher attendance. Right now, today, across many governments across the world, it's not known if teachers are at the school they're assigned to. Sometimes it's not even known which school they are assigned to. We need to digitize the records, as our partner from KFW said. If we can lean on digital tools, if we can think through how to smartly leverage technology, and to do that in ways that empower teachers themselves, school leaders, and ministerial leadership to make better decisions. So it might seem pretty simple, but part of what we do in support of partner governments is leveraging very simple technology, smartphones, Android-based smartphones, e-ink tablets, leveraged over a 2G cellular phone network. You can't rely on fiber. You can't rely on all sorts of intensive technologies when you're working in rural Edo or rural Rwanda. But in this case, it becomes possible to actually support teachers. And when you can support teachers and ministries to make decisions based on data, they can better leverage their own existing staff. One of the problems that we see across ministries of education, which leads to ineffective development programming, is where even every well-intentioned person within the ministry, when you don't even know which teachers are in this school today, and then you don't even know if they're actually teaching, you don't know how to coach them. So you're left with first this opacity, and then you get to possibly a situation of monitoring, right, of using your possible field staff to go and visit, but you can only go to so many places. It's very expensive to run a field staff. If you can invest in 50 staff, but you have 1,000 schools, well, you can only be in 50 schools in a day, maybe 100. But if you can digitize your system so you can actually see what's happening with each of your teachers and your school leaders, you can more effectively choose where to send your staff. So you can send them to where you see teachers are struggling. You can send them to where you see teachers are using the learning materials you've distributed to them, but they're not finishing their lessons. We can move from a monitoring system to a real coaching system. And when you can actually coach teachers, and it is possible, really dramatic learning can happen in a relatively short period of time. Next slide. So in Edo, the state where we are currently in partnership with the government, the governor's program is called Edo Best. In the past 3 years, there has been a dramatic transformation. Sixth graders' reading fluency has moved from about 45 words per minute, correct word per minute, that's a fluency evaluation, to 86. That's massive. It's rarely seen, but it's possible. And the real critical thing there, to emphasize the point that His Excellency Minister Tangara was saying, is that it is an incredibly investable prospect to invest in your public goods. Next slide. So one of the most correlated factors for economic development found by any researcher in the world is investing in the education at a national level and improving learning gains for every child. That is the story of the Republic of Korea. If we look back to the early 1960s, the GDP per capita in Nigeria and Korea were the same, about $63. Now, It's about $2,000 in Nigeria, but it's $31,000 here in Korea. It's a 15 times increase. The explanation of that, if you read the work of economists like Eric Hanushek, is investment in the public good of education. Now, this graph is trying to show that there's significant correlation between a child's reading fluency and economic development. And when you can shift a child's reading fluency, like is happening in Edo today, that's that arrow going up, right? Like Edo would otherwise be far below that black line. But because of the governor's investment in programming, which is country-led, driven by the governor, led by the ministry and his state board, and leveraging different systems, they're able to become an outlier. If you draw that line over, they're now correlated with a GDP per capita of about $10,000, right? They're not there yet, but the prediction, the correlation from different economists would be, if you can raise your learning in this way, over the next 15 to 20 years, you'll increase your GDP by 5%. That is why every minister of finance should want to invest in education, but not into black box education where you don't know what's happening, but to actually track if it's effective. Next slide. Now, sometimes government leaders are a little worried about investing in education because they're afraid, well, if it doesn't work, it won't be popular. And if it doesn't work, I won't get reelected. And whatever I do, maybe my civil service, which is an incredible asset of the state, maybe they won't like it. But I'm also here to say that if you do this effectively, if it's led by the government rather than being seen as a foreign program, and if it has results and gives support to the teachers, it's popular. Governor Obaseki was awarded by the National Union of Teachers, their national award. It was amazing to see him recognized for his leadership in changing education. Next slide. And then he has become known as the citizen's governor because he uses the principles from Busan: country-led development, transparent reporting across his entire state. All of the records of the program are public. There's termly and annual reporting against the performance of each of the individuals within the state board. It's openly discussed, and then learning gains are openly discussed, which then not only led to teachers being in support of him, but the population, where then he was able to get the nickname of being the people's governor, the citizen's governor. Next slide. During the pandemic, to make sure we reference COVID, again, because I want to emphasize again, because this program was country-led, the state, the EXCO and the cabinet were able to quickly say what they wanted to do to ensure children could continue learning. Were quickly able to say what their resources were, how they wanted them spent, and to be able to then ensure that learning moved into WhatsApp virtual classrooms, moved into WhatsApp-based quizzes, moved into radio, and then also moved on to MP3 players delivered with every child with an SD card and lessons on them. Next slide. And then I think the really important lesson here is that country-led innovation, the country-led programming that delivered results and had transparent accounting, then drew development, cooperation, right? Now this governor's been able to secure a $70 million facility to expand this program to primary schools he hadn't yet been able to bring it to, and to expand it into junior secondary school. And I think that's an amazing lesson. And I think that's a hopeful thing if we look over the past 10 years, that there are now starting to be examples of where government-led initiatives are starting to draw the attention of the backers of ODA and starting to let the government drive more of their own story. Next slide. Again, part of that, like often talked during COVID, was about learning loss. A really amazing thing that the World Bank has been looking at in this program is actually measuring that in certain grades, there actually wasn't learning loss at all. In some, there was a little bit. In some, there was actually a gain through leveraging all of the different at-home programming that was able to happen through this program. Next slide. So just to wrap up, I just want to emphasize that we should have hope. Right, like throughout this conversation today and yesterday, I'll honestly say it sounded a little bit discouraging. That it feels like there's just so much frustration, about what isn't working or what we haven't gotten together yet. But I think it's really important to remember that it's possible. whether it's in health or it's in education or it's in green climate and energy revolutions, that the change we want to see is possible, but only if it truly is coming from the country itself, that their vision is empowered, and that you have to design for data transparency from the beginning. You can't try to throw it in at the end. That's why I wanted to come back to this, that like designing where you make the work visible so that you can actually manage it in real time, so that you can see what is working and not working and constantly move on it. If programming doesn't include that core part of one of the Busan principles, that's part of what's setting the programming up for failure. So I'm really glad to be here. I'm thankful to be part of this conversation. And I hope everyone can leave a little bit more hopeful that if we can follow the Busan principles, that we will be much more optimistic over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. May, for sharing this excellent case study that shows the importance of education in sustainable development. And of course, education is one of the things that are very negatively affected by the pandemic situation. Now, okay, we move on to Mr. Marcus Manuel, and I just heard that our connection with Mr. Gerald Mugabe is now much better. So after Marcus, we will have Mr. Mugabe as well. Okay, Mr. Marcus Manuel.
Thank you very much indeed. And indeed, thank you for recognizing that I am speaking from London. I have very warm memories of being in Busan uh, uh, at that meeting. I have memories of great meals. I have memories of great excitement, and memories of an enormous sense of solidarity of moving forward. I also have memories of it being very cold. And perhaps that makes it easier to be here in London at this point. But thank you for inviting me and for this arrangements. If I could have the first slide, if that's possible. So my name is Marcus Manuel. I work at the UK's Overseas Development Institute, ODI. And what I wanted to do today was provide a bit of a long view. And that's partly because what we heard right at the opening session from His Excellency Young Moon was we need to continually update our narrative. We need to be continually understanding what has happened, what has worked, and why it doesn't work as we go into the future. And I also want to take a focus on some of the most challenging contexts where we're trying to implement development effectiveness principles at a country level. And that very much picks up what we heard right at the beginning in the opening session. His Excellency Ban Ki-moon was talking about we need to be concerned about the most vulnerable. We need to be concerned about those who are most at risk of being left behind. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. This next slide is a photograph from 10 years ago, and it brings both warm memories and also heartbreaking memories. Perhaps the warmest memories associated with a woman on that panel, who some of you may remember, Amelia Pires. I'm sure moderator Secretary Chun, you will remember her at Accra, where she spoke about the urgency of aid reform and how she then went on to set up the G7 plus group of fragile states. And of course, a year later, she was co-opted by Ban Ki-moon to help shape the SDGs. And of course, out of that came SDG 16 and the focus on peace and security, possibly a really strong example of how Busan led to enormous change at a global level. But also the picture reminds me of some tragedies. One of the people there is His Excellency Sylvain Maleki from Central African Republic. And it's hard to see how we've managed to shift the dial on effective aid support into his country over the last 10 years. Another one who I've got to know very well over that period when I was involved in advising South Sudan was His Excellency Kosti Minibi Nagai, the Minister of Finance then of South Sudan. He'd been in post for 3 years. South Sudan had only been only been independent for 5 months. And yet, as all of us now know, South Sudan presents us with a very sad set of problems and an example of failure and lack of development over this period. And then, of course, on the left-hand side of that photograph is His Excellency Mustafa Mastor. And I had the sad conversation with him just a month ago. He was the minister in Afghanistan. And again, at that time, 10 years ago, how optimistic we were about what we would be able to do. And Afghanistan paved and pioneered the way of many of the really helpful development effectiveness principles. And yet, as we've sadly heard, the UN Special Envoy only yesterday talked about Afghanistan being on a brink of a humanitarian catastrophe. So there are some challenges, and therefore learning from the past, I think, is important as to what we do. Next slide, please. So this was the New Deal, went into a lot of detail, and I don't know how much of that's visible on the screen to you, but what I just wanted to highlight was the first element of the New Deal. It's in the top left-hand corner. It talks about legitimate politics, fostering inclusive political settlements and conflict resolution. Now, this echoes what we heard in the third session that I was catching up with overnight from Dr. Yusuf Mahomed, talking about the need for security and stability, and what Robert Faucher from the US State Department was talking about, their new commitment to dealing with fragile states and focusing on the issues of stability. So therefore, this has been a key part and recognized as a key issue. The other one I wanted to focus on is in the middle. We talk about compacts. This New Deal recognized the importance of compacts, and I'll have a mention about these. And I was, interested to hear people again reference this. And again, US State Department is talking about using compacts as a key way forward to ensure there is appropriate country ownership. And then finally, in the middle of the third block, we have use of country systems, possibly the most important issue for many of those fragile states as they came to Busan. And therefore, it's been most encouraging to hear from Pete Cleffman just about KFW's ideas and thinkings about how to change that and how to actually implement that, because implementing these principles is what is so important. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. So after Busan, we also, ODI Institute, went around and we talked to a range of country governments just to sort of say, okay, what are the most important things that are coming out for you? And we were really struck. One of them was the more money, especially for infrastructure. That was a very strong message that came out. We talked about in the middle, you can see support for sectors aligned with national development priorities. This is what they wanted. And finally, on the top right-hand side, you see projects implemented fast and money distributed quickly. So what countries want was becoming very clear. It was clear in the New Deal, and it was clear from this additional research that we were doing. If I can have the next slide, please. This is the vision of the road network in South Sudan. It was a vision that was put together by 2004 by then the John Garang, the chairman of the Sudan People's Liberation Movement, who many people hoped would become the president of South Sudan. So this was just before the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. He had a vision for a 5,000-kilometer network of roads. For those of you who've never been to South Sudan at this time, and I walked on South Sudan's entire paved road network myself, that's a less impressive claim than you might think, because when I visited in 2004, the road network consisted of 500 meters of paved road. This was in a country the size of France, an illustration of just how the development challenges that were faced. And this was the vision, and this was the vision of how to connect up a country that was very divided, was ethnically divided, was faced enormous development challenges. And this was the vision that the person who'd been leading the peace negotiations had for what he wanted to see in his country, how to connect up the towns, the district capitals, for people the state capitals to engage. And then this is the next slide, please. You have to look at this quite carefully, but I want to draw your attention to what's at the bottom of the screen, which is a piece of red. This is a situation 10 years later, 10 years after the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. This was the only paved road that was built within a period of 10 years. And it doesn't connect up any parts of South Sudan to itself. It connects South Sudan up to Uganda. And this is like, for me, despite all the words about infrastructure, despite all the words about foreign country views, this didn't happen. And it didn't happen at speed. I mean, that kind of distance of network, during the Second World War, the US Army built a road from Alice Springs to Darwin in the space of 6 months. It is possible to build roads very fast, but we collectively failed to do that. Part of that was a mess, an utter mess of interactions between multilateral financiers. Part of it was a lack of allocation resources. South Sudan government chose not to spend its oil revenues on building these roads, so it was a choice the government made. Whether that's the choice the people would have made, I think is interesting. And I was interested to hear in one of the sessions people talking about budgets need to be popular. They need to be driven by the people, not just by the elites. And that was it. But it also partly reflected that donors weren't sufficiently focused on this issue. They did many other things, but the thing that might have made the most difference to stability and inclusion was something that didn't happen. And that's one of the tragedies of South Sudan. Of course, there are many others. But for me, that one slide just illustrates so much of what we failed to do. And I was working for the UK government, and South Sudan was one of my countries. So I was part of the collective failure to do that. And so part of this retrospective is a humbling exercise about what we did. And then could I have the next slide, please? And I wasn't talking about Somalia for a while. So Somalia, in many ways, had the most developed New Deal arrangements. And we were privileged to write a report asked by both the governments and the donors to have a reflection on what came out of that process. And this was a bold experiment in a very extremely challenging context. The scope and the timelines of the compact were ambitious, and the expectations, probably on both sides, were unrealistic. What was interesting was the compact endured and was generally positively received. Everyone that we consulted was clear that the position was better than before, and the alternative of no compact would have been much worse. It was a comprehensive approach. It helped with trust. It helped the international finance community engage. It had some challenges. There were some gaps on the private sector. There were some gaps on civil society, and there were some gaps on gender. And it's good to see in the discussions that have been going on, both in the first couple of sessions, about the importance of how do you bring in the private sector, and that's recognized, and that I think is one of the things that's already incorporated into our forward-looking agenda. And the role of civil society and gender, the need for broader inclusive partnership, I think is very well understood now. But I want to sort of close on one thing. These compacts, this process, if you like, this architecture of development effectiveness is time consuming. It's difficult. It can become very bureaucratic, but actually it's really important, and it's really important to do it well in the countries that need it the most. And I suppose that's where I want to encourage, and I want to also, I think, we need to end on messages of hope. And one of the countries that I'm so pleased that we don't hear about very much in the news, thankfully, is Sierra Leone. If this conversation had been 20 years ago, Sierra Leone might have been at the forefront of what we were expecting. But Sierra Leone has managed to have two democratic, peaceful transitions of power since peace was established in the early 2000s and renewed. Difficult issues of security have managed to be tackled and to engage. Use of country systems was a key part of that process. So it is possible to do this, and it is really, really worth trying to do it. Sometimes we may be overwhelmed by forces that are beyond anything that we can control, and we've seen that in many countries recently. But I think it's important that we don't give up hope, and I think it's important for us to remember that where there have been successes, it has often been where external actors have managed to join with local actors to engage well, to work together well, to think about what the long term is, to think about what the priorities are and how to engage. And for that reason, I think the key lesson is we need to keep working at this. And I'm excited to see new ways of approach it. I'm excited to hear people, the US New Fragility Act, recommitting themselves to thinking about how to engage well in these kind of areas. Um, we need to keep working at this and celebrate the successes as well as being honest about the failures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manuel, for your presentation and for sharing the cases of South Sudan and Somalia. Last but not least, we have Mr. Gerald Mugabe, Acting Director of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning of Rwanda. Unfortunately, the time left is not too long, so if you could be succinct, we would appreciate it. Mr. Mugabe?
Thank you so much. Um, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the organizers and for the government of the Republic of Korea to invite Rwanda to participate in this forum, forum, and to share Rwanda's experience um, in the area of development effectiveness. Um, from Rwanda's side, I can say that we have a good working relationship with the different development partners. But before, I want to thank the previous speakers from Save the Children, His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Gambia, and Dr. Shannon. Thank you for sharing the experience of New Growth, and wanted to congratulate you for the great work you're doing in Rwanda, because education is a key sector of our human capital, and human capital is a key pillar of our national strategy for transformation and our Vision 2050. So I want to congratulate you for the great work that you are doing in Rwanda and for the experience that you have shared with the participants here. From Rwanda's perspective, our working relationship with the different development partners, from bilateral and multilateral institutions and civil society organizations and private sector, we have different forums that bring together all the different actors from all those groups that I have mentioned. And they are coordinated by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. We have forums that are convened on quarterly basis and others which are annual in nature, bringing all the actors at national level. But of course, some of the actors are represented by platforms like civil society platforms, uh, like private sector federations. And so this helps to receive different views of those actors, whether at the national and sector working group levels, to participate in policy design, in different plans, um, whether they are sector specific or others that are at national in nature. And this is guided by our development cooperation policy, which is much focused on the key principles of aid effectiveness, like alignment, using the country systems, uh, harmonization. We have different partners having joint programs in different sectors. And it's a good experience because it helps the government and those partners to intervene in one area of the common cause. And we have an accountability mechanism in Rwanda called the division of labor, where we have different um, development partners focused only in three sectors of intervention. Uh, and this helps to reduce some level of fragmentation and also increase synergies and increase efficiency in the sectors that different development partners are participating. So this is one of the good uh, practices that I can say from our side. And we have seen this during this time of COVID-19. When COVID came, the government prepared the economic recovery plan with key sectors of focus, um, sectors like agriculture to increase food security in the country, um, uh, health, especially in terms of strengthening the health systems and the, supporting health professionals to be in a position to respond to health challenges caused by COVID-19, but also social protection, because most of the vulnerable groups and households were affected much during COVID-19. And so we have seen uh, much support from the different actors, um, from the public sector, from the private sector, civil society organizations, uh, working together in the design, whether it's at the design of this economic recovery plan that I'm talking about, but also during implementation. So I remember that time, of course, it was initiated by the government, and there was a round of consultations with different partners within the development partners group, civil society organization, private sector. And so from the beginning, it was a very well and contributed response plan. And so during implementation, we have seen uh, a coordinated response from all those actors that I have mentioned, especially in social protection, in education, because during education, one of the things that government did during that COVID-19 is to invest more in classrooms so that it decongests classrooms and um, try to be aligned to the COVID-19 measures, but also digital transformation to facilitate different services to continue even during COVID measures. More importantly, during this COVID-19, I'm trying to use the economic recovery plan as an example of how coordinated different development partners uh, participated in the response to COVID-19. So I was talking about the economic recovery fund. This is a fund that was established by government to support businesses that were much affected by COVID-19, um, from different categories of businesses by, for example, providing working capital, um, restructuring loans so that uh, banks are able to continue working with these businesses that were affected, guarantees, but some also fiscal incentives, such as delayed tax payments or exemption during this COVID-19. And so uh, from that experience, uh, from the government, the public sector, the private sector, and even communities, uh, we have seen that um, when consultations are done at the different levels, because it was owned by majority of the stakeholders, um, so implementation uh, was very quick and fast. And so it's one of the good stories that I can say helped to to bring a range of stakeholders for the common purpose. And we are seeing this in other sectors such as climate change and green investments, uh, where, for example, the government established in partnership, of course, with the development partners, the Green Investment Fund. And the purpose of this fund is to mobilize resources from different sources and development partners, the private sector, to invest in green investment projects. And so this, uh, there is strong interest in the different development partners to work with FONERWA and support green projects. And this is supported by Rwanda's nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, which is posted now. It's around 1 billion, 11 billion investments needs. And so, um, this is one of the examples that we can share. But the moderator requested me to use a short period of time since time is running out. But I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you our experience from Rwanda's perspective. And although we did not manage to travel to Busan, Korea, but we are happy to join and learn from the different participants here in the forum. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mugabe, for sharing your experience in your country, Rwanda, with us. We don't have much time left for discussion, but if you allow me, I'd like to go back to Minister Tangara for his final comments on the issues raised by these panelists. You know, as we have heard, you know, the issues include the innovative solutions in development cooperation, the importance of education, and the country cases of South Sudan, Somalia, as well as Rwanda, where I think we can find enough commonalities for all developing countries. So would you say a few words on these issues?
Thank you. I want to thank all the panelists for the very eloquent and pertinent intervention. And my focus will mainly be on the way we approach cooperation. I think there is need to change the way we deal with our partners. All habits are hard to die. But what we've realized is that most of the time people come in the name of cooperation with their own agenda, thinking that they know our problems more than us. And I remember several years ago, I was working with the European Union, and we organized information seminar where we wanted to see the intervention of different partners so that we can harmonize our position and avoid duplication. And there, we invited some of the stakeholders. An old man came, and he spoke in our language, saying that Lumu Safkomo Chakoham, that if you translate that, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. That is good that you are consulting us today, because you come with your projects. You go with your projects, but our problems are still the same. Meaning that we are not addressing, and there is no sense of ownership. And where there is no ownership, there is no sustainability. So I think the bottom-up approach that we are talking about, we have to apply it. And yesterday I had a very interesting conversation with our brother, Yusuf, talking about the ancestors, the future ancestors. And I think it's important that we change the way we do things and allow the beneficiaries to take the driver's seat, to participate at the conceptual stage. And I like very much the intervention of Dr. Shannon when putting emphasis on education and taking Korea as an example. That's an example also that I like to quote because Korea has proven to all of us that underdevelopment is not a fatality. You just need to have the right policies, the right leadership, and people to believe that they can move mountains. We can do it, as they say in Rwanda, you know. And one fundamental thing is the fact that you started that independence and that independent way of thinking since the time of King Sejong, where you adopt your own characters to learn through your own language. Unfortunately, in many African countries, I'll take Africa as an example, we use other people's language to know ourselves. And we end up seeing ourselves through their lens, through their distorted prism. And we know all about others, but little about ourselves. And once you lose that self-confidence, it's definitely difficult to move ahead. Even in our education program, education is key. And that's the only way we can break this vicious circle. But even for education, you rely on others to come and sponsor your programs. Of course, when they sponsor your programs, there are things that they will dictate to you, and you end up knowing more about others than yourself. So I think the importance is to allow us to take the driver's seat and have the decency to understand that we know our problems more than anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tangara, for your final words and for your kind words for my country, Korea. I think from my diplomatic service in Korea, I know that we in Korea doing our best so that the good things that happen to my country in our development can be shared with other country so that the same thing can happen. And the not so good things that happen to my country do not happen in other countries. So that's what we are trying to do. Thank you very much for your participation, Minister, and all the panelists, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you for an insightful discussion, Your Excellency Mr. Oh Jun, Your Excellency Mr. Mamadou Tangara, and panelists. We will now have a quick 5-minute break to prepare the stage, and also a kind reminder, the forum will end tonight at 11 p.m. Thank you. We will now begin session 5 of our meeting. The theme of session 5 is monitoring the reform of GPEDC. You two participants can post questions on the comments section and they will be delivered to the moderator for Q&A. The moderator of session 5 will be Dr. Debapriya Bhattacharya, Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Policy Dialogue and former permanent representative of Bangladesh to the World Trade Organization and the United Nations. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Well, it's almost 8 p.m. in Seoul. So good evening to everybody over here who are here in this room. But I also share a good morning with my colleagues who are in North America, where in New York it would be 6 o'clock possibly in the morning, and also those who are joining us from Europe, who will be late morning, 10, 11 a.m. in Europe, London. So thank you very much for joining this session. I must tell you that the conference is approaching a level of criticality. With this particular session, it will possibly round up one of the major issues which pervades the whole GPEDC framework. That's the monitoring exercise. I often call the monitoring exercise the crown jewel or the jewel in the crown of the GPEDC framework, because this is one mechanism through which we try to assess the effectiveness of the international development cooperation at the country level. As you may know that the development effectiveness debate or aid effectiveness debate is quite old. One may start from the Marshall Plan in the post-Second World War period. One can talk about the post-colonial reconstruction period in the 70s, 60s. One can also remember the structural adjustment period of the 70s and 80s. We can also think about the MDGs and the SDGs. And now we are at the post-COVID situation. So the monitoring exercise, as you may know, may be traced back to the Monterey Consensus, thereafter to the Paris Principles, and finally to the Busan in 2011. Since then, the world has witnessed 3 rounds of monitoring: 2014, 2016, 2018, and the report was published in 2019. Currently, we are experiencing a hiatus. It is expected the next round will be done after the reform exercise, and we will have the exercise actually implemented maybe in 2023. So we are at a point in time in the history when we have the unique opportunity to contribute and shape that process as it moves forward. And to do the, to lead us through to this process, we have a distinguished set of speakers and panelists with us. We have 2 keynote speakers. We have Dr. Xiang Yanara, the Honorable Minister from Cambodia, and we have Madam Andre Reis Padmanabhan, a senior government official from the Swiss government. 2 very, very eminently eligible persons to take us through the country experience and the provider's perspective in this case. And thereafter, we will have 4 panelists, 2 of them representing the government's outlook, both from the provider side and the recipient side. And we have, very luckily, 2 independent or academic experts to take us through with their opinion over here. So you will see that we have with us from the panels Ms. Monica Asuna from Kenya. We have Dr. Daniel Kopad, who is possibly joining from London, and also Mr. Song Hyun Min from the KOICA, and also Professor Song from an academic of her own repute who has done a study on the future of the GPEDC in Korean, of course. So without much ado, I will start off the session. Since the bios are all available with you, I am not really going to introduce them specially because that will take up time in many ways. I must warn you only about one thing. When you pick a moderator, usually a moderator has two qualities. Either he or she is a pretty face, or he is very good in timekeeping. Since I know very well that I'm not the first one, I don't have a pretty face. So in that case, my major role will be timekeeping, and in the process may lose some friends. But I want to give the floor an opportunity to discuss the issues which are really very, very relevant in this case. So please bear with me, and I will be asking the first two keynote speakers to come up with the presentation and take us through, emphasizing the important points in this regard. So let me invite the Honorable Minister from Cambodia. The Minister, are you there? Can you hear me? So let me start off with the Minister, Chiang Inara. He is the minister attached to the Prime Minister's office. He had been with the think tanks. He had been in this, leading the process of development cooperation in Cambodia for quite some time, and he has a very, very insightful presentation prepared for us. I have had the opportunity to read it, and I can tell you, you will be all ears as he speaks. Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good evening, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm greeting from Cambodia. It's my pleasure to join you all at this Busan Global Partnership Forum. I'm honored to speak at this session on the monitoring reform. Before delivering my remarks, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for hosting this important forum. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The year 2021 is remarkable for two reasons. First, it's the 10th year anniversary of the fourth high-level forum on aid effectiveness. Since Cambodia is a party of the Busan Declaration, and I personally attended this forum in 2011. I'm very pleased to be able to join you again at this two-day important event. Second, this forum takes place at a critical time when countries around the world are struggling with COVID-19 pandemic. Given this challenging context, strengthening the effectiveness of development cooperation has therefore become even more important. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin my presentation with a short introduction on my government's immense efforts on COVID-19 response and recovery. Then I turn to the value of monitoring survey. And finally, I end up my presentation with some concrete proposals to the monitoring reforms. Next slide. My government, under the leadership of my Prime Minister, has made great efforts to contain COVID-19 outbreak. The vaccination program began in February 2021 and then quickly accelerated. And now Cambodia is one of the most vaccinated countries in the world, with full vaccination rate of 88% of total population as of mid-November 2021. Next slide, please. My government has already launched 10 rounds of key policy measures and intervention to combat COVID-19 and to mitigate the collateral damage in COVID-affected sectors. In collaboration with stakeholders, my government has succeeded to maintain macroeconomic stability and sustain livelihood of the most affected people. In addition, the National COVID Recovery Plan is being implemented with a view to reopen all socio-economic activities in the new normal context. Next slide, please. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since the fourth high-level forum on aid effectiveness, Cambodia has participated in all rounds of monitoring survey. The development effectiveness principle and the active engagement in the monitoring exercise has provided solid foundation for guiding partnership activities, promoting transparency and mutual accountability, and developing a robust framework for setting the medium-term development goals. Next slide, please. At the national level, we have incorporated partnership principle in the results-based KPI monitoring framework of the National Development Strategy. This partnership commitment were operationalized through 5-year plan and fully implemented by the Development Cooperation and Partnership Strategy. All development effectiveness indicators were used as reference for formulating a rigorous result framework, which regularly monitored by an annual development cooperation and partnership report. At the policy level, the monitoring results and annual assessment inform prudent policy recommendations towards partnership and development effectiveness. By fully integrated into the existing national mechanism, the Cambodia ODA database is a single, sophisticated, and integrated information management system for tracking development cooperation. The Busan survey was entirely institutionalized in the database management cycle, which in turn become a good practice of routine work for the government, development partners, and NGOs. Next slide, please. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia has actively participated in the monitoring reform process since early stage. I really appreciate the review team who made great efforts in accommodating all inputs from all relevant stakeholders. The proposals share the view along the same line with our standpoint. Now, I would like to reiterate some of the most important points for the reform exercise in 3 associated dimensions, including engagement, impact, and context. Next slide, please. On engagement, from my observation, the GPEDC stakeholders, including traditional partners, seem to be fatigued towards engaging in development effectiveness work. At the country level, development partners show little or less interest in Busan survey, and resource for development partnership activities was shifted to other priorities. Monitoring reform should take into account leadership, commitment, and political buy-in at country and global levels. In terms of stakeholders, partnerships should be retained, then inclusively expanded, and ultimately explored. It's important to give an emphasis on strengthening the development effectiveness work between development partners and partner countries. At the same time, create opportunity for expanding to private sector and non-state actors. In many developing countries, the private sector is an engine of growth, but national budget and ODA play a catalyst role. In this context, Busan partnership principle on the inclusiveness remain highly relevant. Next slide, please. Our experience indicates that high-level political buying at donor headquarters is not effectively translated into tangible impact and fully implemented at country level. In other words, there is disconnection between reform undertaken by headquarters and business as usual performed at their respective country office. Currently, that it does not seem to have any associated impact of the headquarters commitment on the country office when dealing with development partnership work. Coherent and systematic coordination should be properly managed when it comes to the issues of governance arrangement in such circumstances. To ensure maximum impact of monitoring exercise, a follow-up mechanism should be put in place where all stakeholders can meet and discuss what progress made and what action needed in order to make further progress. Since partner countries have different partnership arrangements, it's important that the follow-up mechanism should be embedded in the existing coordination mechanism rather than create a parallel structure of consultation. Next slide, please. Last but not least, development cooperation landscape and aid architecture are fast evolving. Many more countries have graduated to middle income country, MIC, in which some are moving towards LDC graduation. The MIC status means a review of programs, including the shift from grant to concessional loans. The change in modality of support has greater impact for the monitoring reform. To a certain extent, the increased use of national result framework or country system was not well explained by a better performance of development partners, but rather the increase of loan proportion in their portfolio. Next slide, please. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is an increasing need to see the GPEDC monitoring as no longer a standalone exercise, but rather a contributing factor to other global initiatives, including SDGs and climate change. From this aspect, all partnership principles are still relevant, while some indicators should be revisited or refined to retain their flexibilities and respond to the fast-changing development context. Our good practice in Cambodia demonstrates a requirement in terms of capacity, system, and working arrangement to strengthen and effectively implement the monitoring exercise. Also, resources should be properly allocated to development partnership work to ensure that a dedicated capacity, distributed system, and a robust working mechanism are well functioning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the co-chair of the GPEDC and the joint support team for their concerted efforts and continued work on the reform proposal. Since the 2022 high-level meeting is approaching, I do believe that with our commitment and efforts, we can quickly accelerate the process and fully undertake the monetary reform to make development cooperation more effective and results-based. Thank you very, very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Inara, for this very, very perceptive intervention. I think you have brought out a very up-to-date reflection on the state of play at the country level and the new challenges which are being faced by the GPDC framework. And I particularly like the way you have formulated your second part of your intervention, where the recommendations have been put forward, having these three levels, the issue of engagement, the impact, and also the context. And I think your all three observations in this regards are just to the point and cannot be more, I would say, insightful and constructive in that sense. The first one, if you look at the engagement, the observation that whether the stakeholders are experiencing a fatigue is a very perceptive one, I must say. And also when you mention that there is a disjuncture between the political buy-in at the headquarters of the provider and at the ground level, that is also a very, very excellent observation in that way. And finally, you also mentioned that not only the modalities are changing, but also the landscape is changing within the recipient countries. The countries are graduating from the LDC group, countries are becoming low middle income countries. So in that sense, there is a need to look at the context and take a much more integrated and interfaced view in this regards. I fully endorse all the 3 points you have just made. Let me thank you once again on behalf of all the participants who are online and who are physically present here in Seoul. Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure to bring in one of my very good friend with whom we have traveled a certain length regarding GPEDC, Madam Andrea Reis Padmanabhan, who is a senior official with the Swiss government, senior advisor. She has worked on various areas, but for the last decade or so, she has given her best of her time in getting the GPEDC up and running and keeping it fit for purpose. And today we are going to listen from Andrea about what is out there waiting for us in the next year when we meet, see the meeting in Geneva in the end of December 2022. Let me invite Madam Andrea Reis Padmanabhan from the Swiss
Thank
Development. Yes, please, Andrea.
Very much for the warm words. So let me walk you through the proposals we have for the monitoring reform, and I hope I can respond to some of the issues my previous speaker has been taken up. So maybe we can have our slides up. Thank you. First slide, please. Move on. Now, Deb has already said it in the introduction. We have with the Global Partnership monitoring, which is essentially country-led, led by the partner country. It tracks progress on the agreed commitments, and it had, in the previous, or where we are in, it had actually the vision to drive behavior change at country level and at the same time support global accountability for the implementation of the Busan commitments. We had about 100 countries, close to 100 countries, participating over those 3 rounds. In the last round, it was more than 80 countries. And so after that, and please now to the next slide, in 2019, when we convened for the senior level meeting, next slide please, When we convened for the senior level meeting in New York, it was also clear that we needed some reform. Could we have a change in the slide? Yeah. So, so we decided to go into a comprehensive reform in 2019. And just as we started, it was the beginning of COVID. So we were quite tested because such a reform really needs some in-depth discussion and interaction. And so we had to change gear. And in 2020, what we essentially did was very extensive consultation with the various partners, with countries in different regions, and all the major stakeholders. And changing a monitoring which has been through some couple of years and some iteration is a bit like changing the wheel on a running train. So we had to be quite careful and understand what is at stake, what can be changed, what should be changed, but also what has to be retained. Out of that extensive conversation, we have now a draft monitoring proposal which has just uh, until a couple of days been posted for commenting, and we will go to the steering committee in mid-December, and we very much welcome also to have the discussion and interaction with you here in Busan. It will hopefully, we will hopefully be able to do technical finalization and piloting, and then move it to and endorse it at the high level meeting next year and resume monitoring in 23. Now, what has been different this time around is that we have been changing indicators before. I mean, that's quite a normal thing to do as contexts are changing. But this time around, we felt we needed to go a bit more profound. And so a lot of our conversation has been around actually revamping and rethinking the monitoring process. So this proposal, apart from quite an extensive also shift with regards to indicators, is also a proposal to change the way we do around the process. Next slide, please. So let me run you through some of the main changes we have foreseen in the monitoring process. One thing which has been said all over the time by all constituencies and partner countries is that um, one of the main goals we having to have some behavioral change is not met, and we have an insufficient use of results after the exercise. So it's increasingly being something which has been seen to take place in a sort of regionalistic fashion every 2 to 3 years, but it doesn't really translate to behavioral change at country level. And so that's one of the main issues we want to address. The way we do it is, on one hand, we have started this year to also build in what we call action dialogues and stimulate countries to really go to the country level and discuss and act on results with their stakeholders. Now, many countries, fortunately, and many of the countries who have been here in Busan, like Rwanda or Kenya, who is sitting on the panel, or also Cambodia, they have done that. They have actually have their own processes where this is actually happening, and they have integrated effectiveness into the country, including some dedicated space to discuss that. But others haven't, and particularly also as my predecessor said, there is insufficient also follow up on the level of the DPs. So to have integrate the discussion of results and the follow up on the results, and also be maybe more precise on country briefs and feeding back information from the monitoring to the country is a way we want to address that. Having said that, action dialogue should not be something which gets alive on its own. Usually, as I said, it's many countries already do that. So it should be really part of their systems, and others can maybe integrate that in ongoing processes. So it shouldn't be a standalone activity, but it should really something which takes place. Then there are barriers to participation by partner countries, and barriers to institutionalization. And that leads us to a proposal which is quite radical in a sense, that we want to have more flexibility in the way we conduct, in the temporality where we conduct the monitoring. And this should be essentially determined by the country itself. So it's not sort of one global round, but maybe countries deciding on the appropriateness of their own processes and cycle when they want to have the monitoring. Being a mathematician, I can assure you this still allows us to have global reporting and global results, but it's more sort of a panel approach rather than a sort of one exercise of collecting data. But this flexibility um, we hope brings the partner country more in the lead and more in the assertiveness of really requesting certain follow-up, and sort of devising its own processes, and also in this sense to greater institutionalization. And then the third issue is, we want to have continued focus on generating regular evidence and to hold stakeholder groups accountable for commitments. Um, so both in terms of those dialogues, but also in terms of the monitoring results, that should retain. Next, please. Now, just I'm not going through all that, but those are the old monitoring frameworks that we have been talking now about the process. Just to remind you, we have 10 indicators currently measured, and we are foreseeing certain changes in them. Next, please. And the changes we are foreseeing, and we have sort of mapped them against the Busan principles here, is best explained under four focus areas. We would like to group them. The first one is collective accountability and whole of society approaches to development. Um, um, Here, there are sort of the classical indicators we had, and it certainly speaks to mutual accountability and inclusive partnerships, but bringing together really sort of a more holistic approach and whole of society approach in terms of bringing in various partners, but still, having the lead of the government. That's one grouping of indicators. Many of them, particularly, I mean, with regards, for instance, inclusiveness of CSO engagement, will be to some extent retained, but that's one grouping. The second one is quality and use of country systems. Um, and here, that of course speaks to focus on results and country ownership. So that's the second grouping where we look at a range of indicators. And then transparency of development cooperation is the fourth, and really something which is a bit novel and brings in a certain new dynamic, is that we have incorporated much more the issue of leaving no one behind into the monitoring exercise. It's really a cross-cutting issues, and it will not be measured by one indicator, but it very much speaks to the issue that that we need data to actually measure or put into practice the leave no one behind. That we need dedicated plans, both on the side of the government, but also on the side of its partners. We have seen that we have made a lot of progress from the side of the developing countries to actually have their own development plan, that we have a bit less in terms of alignment of developing partners. But we also see that what is lacking there is really data to follow up on this, and particularly also data with regards to LNOB. So that's one issue where we want to have a bigger focus. We also see that as a contribution to sort of the second half of the SDG agenda and the decade of action, where this is really a big challenge. And we see that the global partnership can really rally behind all the partners and promote important instruments to advance that. So those are kind of the framework in a snapshot. And some of the indicators are quite obvious, but some of the indicators at the technical level will still have to be developed. Now, just to the next slide, please.
Please put on my microphone. Yes, please round up, please.
Yep, I do. So what is the same? We still will provide data for the three indicators. The data should largely be comparable and no key elements are dropped. I mean, we do have an old agenda, Paris agenda, and then the Busan agenda, and we don't want to sort of drop it. But we want to bring in some new aspects. LNOB, a stronger focus on data and statistical systems, and also bring in South-South cooperation and sort of a way to measure the implementation of the Kampala principles with regards to private sector engagement. That's what is coming in. So allow me just round up for the last, just to, yeah, the last slide, please. That really speaks to the context my previous speaker was talking about. There will be, in the context of the monitoring, also certain flexibility because we are aware that country contexts are changing. That includes, for instance, also work we have doing on monitoring in fragile contexts where we have a more flexible systems, and also with regards to
Andrea, I'm really desperate now. Please.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, those country level changes will speak to the context and allow us to contextualize better. Thank you very much.
Andrea, my apologies for rushing you through. It's a very substantive presentation, and we all see that a great deal of work has been done, much thought has been invested in it. We are seeing an emergence of a new framework, new modalities, new indicators, new flexibilities. That's a hell of a business in many ways. So we will be looking forward to reading the full draft, which will be coming soon. But I must say that some of the things are already resonating with us. That's the whole of society approach, move to your LNOB, leave no one behind. Nowadays, we also talk about PNOB. Those have been pushed behind by the COVID on the improvement of the systemic approach in that way, and also the data, which is fantastic in certain ways. These are a reflection of some of the discussion which has been there. I think down the line, if you're there, we'd like to only understand when you talk about the behavioral changes, the basic assumption is that all the behavioral changes are needed in the countries, in the recipient countries, and no behavioral changes are necessary at the provider's headquarters or for their offices on the grounds. So that is what really makes me very a bit puzzled that why the behavioral changes has taken a limited approach in certain ways. But I hope you will stay with us, and some of my colleagues will also respond to some of these things. Thank you very much to both of you for these two fantastic keynotes. It has set the stage for my other colleagues to come in. Let me invite Madam Monica Asuna. Monica had been in this game for quite some time. She is from Kenya. She is from the Treasury, from the Ministry, and she had been the focal point for all these things which are going on, both the institutionally and also the processes, modalities, and other things. We couldn't have a better person coming over here to join the session and react to some of those issues and add her own. Madam, the floor is yours. But I will be equally rough with you as I was with my good friend.
Thank you, thank you. I'll be very brief because I usually talk fast. First of all, let me thank the Republic of Korea for this invitation and the facilitation. for us to be here. It's a pleasure. So just quickly to go through my comments, and I briefly went through the draft proposal. First of all, I must reiterate that the monitoring exercise still remains relevant if we are to measure effective development, and also it spurs dialogue at the country level. Uh, but also it's important to note that it should produce data that can be used at the country level. For example, in Kenya, when we were doing the national voluntary review in 2021, we find that SDG 17.16, still the measurement is weak. And there's no data mostly in most countries. Being that Kenya has, a very well-established statistical office, but still we don't have data for this. So this is where, the GPDC can come in to complement some of those, indicators on goal 17 that is relevant to the GPDC, but you find that the information or the data is not available at the country level, so that they complement the SDGs monitoring. In terms of the timing, to me, I feel that uh, it should be like prolonged, yes, but then we are talking of waves, and then we want to have, Nairobi outcome document mentions the high-level forums to be every 4 years. So when we are having the high-level forum, we should have global data, because it will now spur dialogue at the global level. So if we are having waves where data will not come in globally at the same time, then, we'll not have a global picture. So consideration should be made of prolonging the time, because countries which have fiscal years which are not calendar years, like for Kenya, our fiscal year runs from July to June. So the timing should be prolonged such that it gives enough time for, a complete data set for a full fiscal year, and 2 years would work, so that the third year there's analysis, and the fourth year the results are discussed at a global level. So I think that is something that should be considered, instead of having waves and data from countries coming in at different times, which will not spur the global dialogue. Then also in terms of data collected, we've been having data collected for budgets as approved initially by national governments. So if we want to really know the credibility of budgets, some countries like Kenya do supplementary budgets. Like Kenya does 2 supplementary budgets. Last year, being a COVID year, we had 3 supplementary budgets, because we had to factor in some of the new resources that were coming in for COVID response. So I think also revising the indicators to allow, data also for countries that revise their budgets, and then a narrative why that is being done, because that will also show if the budgets are credible as passed by the National Assembly, or it is budgets for the sake of it. Then action dialogue is very critical, but I would also propose that action dialogue is also, done before, the monitoring. For example, we are having a revised framework. It will be important that national coordinators at the national level understand what they are measuring. What is it that we are measuring? What is new? Such that as you even have country dialogue, then you are able to guide the process. So dialogues before the exercise, then dialogue during the exercise to bring stakeholders at the country level together, then action dialogues after to discuss the results. I think that would be very important. Then also, I like areas where the development partners profiles is being introduced, and Mr. Moderator has talked about it. So that is important, because if accountability and transparency is being discussed, it's not a one-way, it's two-way, it's mutual. So at least our partners also need to be accountable for those results, accountable to resources, just as partner countries are also accountable to the citizens and also accountable to them in terms of the resources. Then for the country results framework, I saw in the framework that there'll be disaggregated data on the country results framework. So my suggestion is that these should be at least made simple. What is it that we are going to measure? Because from a snapshot, it is not, very clear how countries or how governments will collect information on disaggregated data on country results framework. So I think when we now develop and finalize this, then it needs to be clearer because whatever we measure should be, uh, whatever we collect and measure should be something that can bring results. I'm just finishing 1 minute. Last but not least, use of country systems. This is something very, very important. It was mentioned in the previous session, and also we saw it during the COVID-19 pandemic. Most resources were coming into governments, but then off budget. So you find that in such a case, there's duplication, and as well as you find that there's over provision of one item over the other. We saw maybe face masks being over provided, PPEs being over provided, while you find what is going into the real infrastructure of the health system was missing. So having use of country systems in how we channel resources will be critical, and that is a measure that we must strengthen in the monitoring framework. Thank you.
Monica, I may have rushed you, but you managed to put in all the important things on the table. I must congratulate you for that. I think so. It only shows how conversant you are with the issues, and you made it everyday business. But I just want to take out 2 points from what just has been said by Madam Asuna. One issue is that we always thought GPDC will be the custodian of the SDG 17. So in terms of the support given to the partner countries through the development assistance and other ways in that way. Unfortunately, that has remained a bit unfulfilled promise in certain ways. But what Madam Asuna has done is that she has now taken the framework from principles and modalities to actual nitty-gritty technical issues. And that's the issue of the fiscal year, the issue of supplementary budget, the issue of off-budget financing. All these issues are very, very important. And the choice of the indicators when it comes to disaggregated data, particularly on the left behind people. In fact, it reminded me my days with the monitoring advisory group of in 2015 and 17, when I was a member of this monitoring GPDC monitoring advisory group, when we were tinkering with the indicators and etc., and focusing essentially on the technical issues at that time. But this was a very, very exciting intervention from our Kenyan colleague, which will be, I think, the GPDC Secretariat, the Joint Support Team, should take full benefit of it. Thank you very much. Now, let me invite my good friend, Dr. Daniel Coppert from the Development Initiative. Dr. Coppert, Daniel, you are joining from London, I understand. You can hear me?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Yes. So you have heard about the re-energized, refocus on the data issue, which was Andrea was mentioning in the new framework. And I understand you will be telling us about the importance of data incidentally. But this is a very good coincidence on this. So let me invite Dr. Daniel Coppert, who has been doing this fantastic empirical work, not only on poverty, but also relating them to international development cooperation. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Deb. And thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting this event, and thanks to Mr. Minister and to Andrea for those initial presentations on the framework, which represents a substantial body of work and effort, and I really congratulate you on the progress that you've made. As Deb says, I've been asked to speak about data and strengthening statistical systems and what's really needed for better country-level monitoring and decision-making. I did have some slides if they could come up, but I can continue speaking as they come. If there are some slides, great. So the next slide, please. The global partnership has obviously emphasized the need for strengthened data as a means for driving effectiveness, and as a target of development cooperation. Data also needs to be aligned to effectiveness principles, and the global partnership has found that only a third of partner countries report having the necessary data to track to national strategies and progress and implementation. And so it's prioritized, as you've heard, it's prioritized support to statistical capacity as an action area in its work plan. And critically, the importance of country-owned statistical systems is a key element of this. I'm going to reflect briefly on some common findings across several of our programs of development initiatives where we've been working with a range of country actors to assess and strengthen national data ecosystems, working with planning ministries, statistical institutes, and organizations that represent communities and citizens. And we've done these assessments across several countries now for the last 5 years. And we've developed as a consequence an iterative approach that we call data landscaping that brings together different actors across the data ecosystem to understand the political economy of data in a country, the structures and standards of data, and the culture that drives both the demand for and use of data. And crucially, we focus on the systems themselves rather than the statistics that they produce. So this means that the learnings from this are about systems and processes and can be applied to many different types of data information. Of course, each country has its own unique story and context, but there are also some commonalities which I'd like to share here. Could I have the next slide, please? And I think we can skip this, given Deb's harsh stick. Can we move onto the slide after this? Thank you, yes, the following slide. What we have learned is something that many of us already know. The first step to make the most effective use of data is not necessarily producing more of it. It's about knowing what data and data systems are already available. So understanding the source production structures, documenting governance, and having an inventory in one place. And we need to be producing and using disaggregated data, and this is very strong in the monitoring framework. Disaggregated data to truly consider the progress of the full population distribution, the progress of everybody, including the vulnerable, and also to consider performance and progress at different levels of organization, from the subnational, from the local to the regional and to the national. And this doesn't mean we expect data sources to be perfect, but it's about having a true and honest conversation and understanding about what might be missing. And once you know where these gaps are, then statistical institutions can convene and can work with partners from outside the official data sphere, with citizens and civil society, with the private sector, as we've heard, to find innovative solutions to addressing some of these data gaps. And there's now a growing consensus, I think, that whilst big household surveys, as those by the World Bank and USAID and by UNICEF, they still have an important role to play in quality assurance and in filling gaps, knowledge gaps, for example. The capacity is now available and the potential is now available for administrative systems to provide much more comprehensive and timely data. Most countries have a dedicated cohort of well-qualified statisticians. ICT infrastructure, especially in capital cities, have developed substantially, and many countries are now reviewing their legal and their policy frameworks. And most importantly, I think that there's a growing body of civil servants in local and national government that truly recognize the value and the power of data. And we've seen some excellent best practice already emerging. So, for example, recently in Uganda, we saw real-time mobile data records from the private sector being used alongside traditional household survey data and information from community leaders to target social protection measures during the pandemic. But for now, let's just go back to this initial crucial step in understanding the data landscape. Could I have the next slide, please? This is an example of the problem articulated by the Office of the President in Uganda, and one you would probably recognize if you'd ever worked in a government ministry, but this is applicable to many settings. They say there's no central repository where information is found. Good data assessment would be a best starting point, but the data function is the one that's most neglected. Most agencies have no functioning websites. They can enable efficient data sharing, and even within the same agency, colleagues do not have access to each other's data. And of course, a country's data landscape is incredibly complex. Keeping with Uganda, the country's national Information Technology Authority, for example, maintains a portfolio of government information services that lists over 300 independent information systems. And this is before we start considering the systems and the data systems that are used by development partners as well. Can we have the next slide, please? Out of the work that we've developed, we've developed this approach called data landscaping, and the components are illustrated here. And I've summarized these already, but to emphasize again, we look at the systems that produce the data, not the statistics at the end, because it's that foundational infrastructure that is core. And it's important also to look at the political economy of data.
Daniel, would you kindly come to your recommendations, please?
Yes. Can we have the next slide, please? Summary of the common challenges, and then a quick summary of recommendations. Summary of the challenges, common challenges. Firstly, traditional surveys don't meet the needs of local government. Secondly, administrative systems suffer from poor data quality because their use by local government is limited. It's important. Using data can be a driver to improve quality because it increases demand. And lastly, most data gathered at the local level is for the purpose of upward reporting, not for local use. And it is possible to do both, but there are some challenges to be overcome. So next, final slide, please, on steps. And one slide after this, for my final slide. So to do this, there's really three things we need to have in place, and this mirrors some of what is emphasized in the monitoring framework. Firstly, you need high political commitment supported by appropriate resourcing. Many governments and donors operate within 3 to 5 year policies and funding cycles and expect returns during this time. Countrywide administrative systems need cycles much longer than this to incubate and mature, and as a result, they remain underfunded in a seemingly perpetual cycle of neglect. Secondly, you need these robust legal and regulatory frameworks because these have not yet caught up with the real world effects of data technology. And lastly, digitization of data obviously sits at the core of this, and it's needed to drive real-time disaggregated information. So I'll finish with three overarching lessons. Firstly, as we've heard repeatedly, I think, it must be a country-led process. Governments have to own their own problems and solutions, and this is central to the monitoring proposal. Countries need to own their own data. It's a national asset, and for this, they need to finance it. Secondly, it's all about people, counting people so that they count as a primary challenge. Data models won't fix this. You need investments in core, foundational data systems that support local delivery and can then inform national level monitoring. And lastly, critically, we need to learn how to create this perpetual virtuous cycle where actually using data leads to demands for better data quality, which in turn leads to more data use. Ultimately, if you don't use the data you produce, it will never improve. Thank you.
That was Dr. Daniel Coppard. I think we have been caught between the rock and the hard place. On the one hand, we couldn't use the global data during the COVID period. On the other hand, we didn't have adequate disaggregated data to reach out to the communities and the vulnerable groups. So this was the moment of truth in certain ways. And Daniel has brought it out very well. And the issue was that how you really create the new data system, which is people-oriented, service-oriented, country-led, and at a point when data generation and digitization became synonymous in certain ways. If COVID has done anything good, it is that it has accelerated the process of digitization in the developing countries, and at the same time, it has also awakened us to the strategic importance of having data and statistics and information. I think what we couldn't really do for long, long years by trying to do our analysis has all of a sudden the policymakers have been brought to some awareness in this regard. So today the data, of course, would be the new global public good in certain ways. Dr. Daniel Coppert has really alerted us to that in a very, very succinct way. Thank you, Daniel, for that very excellent presentation. Please stick around. Maybe there may be questions. I have holding possibly the two best speakers of this session from our host countries. They have been kind enough to be coming later in this period. So we have the Vice President of COICA, Mr. Song, Mr. Min Hyun Song. He had been going through the various country experiences from Indonesia, Philippines, Afghanistan, you name it. And now he possibly leads the strategic division of one of the possibly the world's most enlightened and I would say most forward-looking development cooperation organization in Republic of Korea. So we are really, really honored to have Mr. Song with us today, this evening over here. And I would leave it to him to charter the context within which the COICA is approaching the GPEDC in its rebirth or in its new revision as we are undergoing. Mr. Song, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I'm from COICA, already introduced. The COICA is a grant aid and technical cooperation agency under the supervision of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Korean government. Today, I want to share my opinion on the monitoring reform and COICA's contribution to the monitoring reform of GPEDC. As you heard at the previous presentation, the objective of GPEDC are tracking the attainment of GPEDC 10 indicators, the promoting the discussion among the stakeholders by utilizing the results, and inducing behavioral change for better policies and partnership, and ultimately improving effectiveness. As you know, the monitoring had been conducted 3 times in 2013, 15, 17, but only 3 out of 10 indicators were measured with the same criteria for the past monitoring activities. So the various recommendations for improving the GPEDC have been raised. Among them, some of the things attracting our interesting are raising awareness of GPEDC itself and activities, reinforcing the linkage between GPEDC activities and SDGs, clarifying and simplifying monitoring procedures, utilizing monitoring results to improve actual development effectiveness, and strengthening the capabilities of developing countries for consistency in GPEDC monitoring. When you consider the recommendations and changed landscape of development cooperation, the desirable and appropriate measures for the GPEDC monitoring reforms was taken by the 19th, the Steering Committee of GPEDC in 2020. I support the need of the reform. Above all, currently, we are under SDGs regime and influence of COVID-19, so the monitoring reform of GPEDC is so timely, I think. The present indicators of GPEDC has been applied to monitoring activities since 2013. In other words, the indicators developed in MDG era so are less appropriate to the SDG eras. As a result, the GPEDC monitoring
has contributed to measure only 3 among 169 targets of SDGs. And we witness that COVID-19 has interfered the development resources of donor countries, as well as it has caused complex problems such as in the sector of society, economy, food, and etc. in recipient countries. Accordingly, the action for the GPEDC monitoring reform is strongly required. I also support the direction of the reform. This monitoring reform measure will facilitate and promote the monitoring activities in partner countries. It will also help feedback the monitoring results to their strategy formulation cycle and introduce improved policies. Next, I'd like to introduce one example of Quaker's efforts related to the monitoring. It is a GPEDC lab. The Quaker has been holding a GPEDC learning and accelerating program to enhance partner countries' understanding on GPEDC and develop monitoring practice capabilities. So far, it has been held 4 times in 2014, 15, 16, and 18, respectively. The program of this year will be run through, unfortunately, online at the end of this November. In the past program, QUIC had focused on improving awareness of GPEDC, monitoring techniques, utilization of monitoring results, and peer learning. This year, the several content will be added. For example, GPEDC monitoring's contribution to SDGs performance measurements, a method of identifying the underprivileged through data, and policy planning by using data. Thank you.
Mr. Song, thank you very much. I think that was very succinct and very to the point. And the strong support for reform is very, very well taken. And I also follow the logic which you have argued with regarding the need for reform. One is, of course, better alignment with the SDGs. The indicators thought of during the MDG era may not be fully suitable for the SDGs, and we have already got some idea about that when we heard about the SDG 17 not being adequately serviced by the GPEDC. But also your focus on the post-COVID requirements and the new challenges which are coming in certain ways. And of course, the very enlightened and forward-looking view of the COICA would be one of the very important elements in giving shape to this particular reform agenda as we look forward to. Thank you very much, Mr. Song, for that very, very, very to the point contribution over there. Colleagues, friends, participants, let me now bring in a very eminent academic from the Korean academia in that, Professor Song Jisum. She had been working on the issue of development cooperation for quite some time. And she indeed, I was very intrigued when I learned that she has even done a study deploying the Delphi method. And as you know, the Delphi method is a futuristic, iterative method through which you try to do scenario building about the future. I look forward to reading that if opportunity arises. But for this evening, we will make best use of her presence here, of Professor Song, and get some idea about how does the world or the future looks like for GPEDC as well. Professor Song, the floor is yours. We are all in ears.
Thank you very much for such kind introduction. I'm very flattered. And thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea for inviting me to this very important venue. I'm very honored. The question that I was given before was, how can the GPDC monitoring exercise sort of maintain its momentum at both country and global level. And I would like to shape my response around three keywords, which would be ownership, continuity, particularly in terms of data, and also mutual accountability. So I'm sorry if I've somewhat slightly shifted away from what the moderator has asked. So I'll start with the small picture first. So one of the research exercise that I did on GPDC monitoring with some of my colleagues was, well, one question that we had was, how does this participation in the GPDC monitoring actually incentivize the partner countries, and what kind of incentives could there be? And one of the incentives that we wanted to look at initially was whether continued participation and even improvements in terms of GPDC data would lead to more development finance, including ODA. And we couldn't really conduct that exercise because we found that there was a lot of discontinued participation in the GPDC monitoring. So I think it was mentioned that in the third monitoring round, there was about over 80 countries that have participated. But if we look at it in terms of the number of countries that have participated by each of the indicators, there were certain indicators where around only 30 countries have participated. So I think that leads to the first point of having to have continuity in terms of GPDC monitoring across all frameworks and across all indicators, especially in the new framework that the GPDC is suggesting. And I think continuity in terms of two aspects are important. One is the data coverage, so having countries to report as much data as possible on the 10 indicators, but also having continued participation in each monitoring round. So overall, we do see increased number of countries that have participated from first, second to third monitoring rounds. But that should be sustained and increased, and we have to see that kind of trend across all indicators. And so in that sense, as Mrs. Suna has mentioned, there has to be a set deadline perhaps before the global event so that the progress can be also presented and discussed at the global level. So I believe in the proposal there was a suggestion on changing the occurrence or the time period of the GPDC monitoring data collection, whichever option out of the four proposed is chosen, there has to be somewhat I believe the 3-4 year occurrence period should be sustained. The second comes to the ownership. So one aspect that I wanted to see was, how is this GPDC monitoring results actually presented at global level? So one of the documents that I wanted to look at was the voluntary national reviews that's presented at the UN High-Level Political Forum. And what's quite interesting was that the government of Bangladesh, the co-chair of GPDC, has mentioned in its 2020 VNR very extensively on the progress that it has made on the GPDC indicator that's also related to the SDGs 5.C and 17.15. It has dedicated a good couple pages also highlighting how the GPDC monitoring contributes to showcasing or showing to the world the improvements or the progress that Bangladesh has made. And we also see kind of similar experience coming from the Philippines, who is actually on the steering committee of the GPDC, where they mentioned GPDC in both of their 2016 and 2019 VNR. And I think in that aspect, perhaps our moderator could shed light on, give us an insight into how there was this strong political leadership coming from the partner countries on the need to integrate the GPDC monitoring into its national documents, but also having the leadership to share this result at global level. And I think in terms of ownership-wise, ownership for not just partner countries, but for other development actors, GPDC monitoring is very unique and also important because it does engage not only recipient but also donor country governments, but various actors from both public and private in its data collection, especially regarding the older version of the indicators 2 and 3. And I think the third point comes to the mutual accountability. So far, we have focused quite a lot on how the behavioral change can come from the partner countries, but what could be the mutual accountability that the development partners or donor countries or donors could play into really strengthening this momentum of monitoring? One is, as mentioned before, to provide some sort of technical assistance or any kind of assistance so that the partner countries can continue to internalize and institutionalize this GPDC monitoring, and perhaps even the role of the COICA's lab program could be enhanced. But also to think of ways that we can incentivize participation in this GPDC monitoring. Incentivization seems to be, was mentioned in the draft proposal, but I don't think we really saw concrete examples of what the incentives could be. Perhaps what Mr. Manuel has mentioned in the 5 things that the recipient countries want could be a form of incentives. And in this aspect, this could really, promote and bring in the mutual accountability of both, not only partner countries, but also donor countries. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Professor Song, let me thank you for that very professionally erudite and very technical, exposure of the problems. Thank you very much. I think your 3 points on that, as it has gone through the framework, ownership and mutual accountability are quite interesting. I cannot agree more on the need for use of this data in the VNR process. I have done also, thank you for remembering my own country. But what really surprised me, the DAC OECD countries in their VNR reports did not refer to GPDC adequately and did not take credit for it as a provider country in their documents in that way. That was really surprising, which was an indication, it's more like an indication of the lack of political buy-in at the donor countries level at their headquarters in that way. That will again bring us back the full circle on the mutual accountability issue, which was raised by Monica, and now Professor Song also raised it and did that over there. And incentivization and other issues are very, very well taken. I fully agree that, you see, we had three sets of monitoring already done. But there is no panel data level analysis of all the indicators because there is, as has been mentioned by Professor Song, the discontinuity of the data, lack of coverage of the data, and in that sense also that we have seen that the timeliness is an issue also relating it to the time when we put up the global report. One of the major problems is with the surveys is that quite often it is not matched with the macro aggregates of the global level data and also at the local level data. There is this functional mismatch between the two. Colleagues, may I request you to give once again a great applause to all the the 4 panelists and also to the 2 keynote speakers. And would you like to thank me for pushing them so much so that we have now 10 minutes for discussions as well? I'm waiting for the applause. Thank you. Things are nowadays you have to ask for your applause. To keep you awake at 9 o'clock at Seoul at this moment, 9 p.m. at Seoul time. So colleagues, now let me come back. There are a number of issues which have come over here. First of all, I think we have heard the rationale for the reform. The reform is overdue. And we are very happy that substantive work is being done. And we are proceeding towards a high-level forum meeting where in Geneva, where possibly this one will all finally get endorsed in certain ways. But till that time, we still have work to do. Now, if you listen to all the presenters, there are 3 sets of issues which have come out. One set of issues regarding reforms are the structural issues. Structural issues in the sense how the process has been designed, how the participation has been thought through, how the behavioral change issues has been related to the indicators and its instruments. Then there was the the operational issues, that when do you really do it, what would be the periodicity, what would be the coverage, and etc., and the flexibility over there. And then there is the technical issues. What type of data we use, what is the reliability of the data, what is the reference period, what budget we really refer to, etc., etc. So there are three sets of issues over there. I am pretty sure that we don't have time to discuss all these things, but I will first open the floor, and then I will come back. Mr. Minister is still here, and also our colleague from Swiss Development Corporation is there, and all the panelists are here. They will be I will give them 1 minute each later on to round up their thoughts, and on the basis of the reactions which are coming from, forthcoming from each other or from the floor. So the floor is open. Anybody, either through the chat box or those who are present over here, please raise your hand. This is your last opportunity before dinner.
Thank you, moderator. Just
Yes.
a very quick question.
Please introduce yourself.
This is Moses Isova from Uganda.
Please.
I think what would be very important to consider as we do the monitoring of the reforms is whose results are we monitoring? I think it's very important that we are able to look on both sides of the spectrum, both from the donor country and from the recipient country. And then the other second thing is really about, as the aid volume unfortunately seems to be decreasing, one other important actor which we must pay attention to is philanthropy. And I think it's very important that we are able to inject in how to capture data from philanthropists, as as part of this effectiveness.
Yeah, well taken. I think the first point, whose results, it's again the issue of mutual accountability, whether we are dealing with the process or the outcome, and how the process and the outcomes are interrelated. The earlier assumption was that if you get a good process, then it will generate automatically good outcome. But the life is more complicated than that. We have seen that there are difficulty. Regarding the bringing in the philanthropy or the private sector, there is a standing discussion between traditional and non-traditional, but how do you really capture them? That's another technical issue which or operational issues we'll have to take. Anybody else from the floor? Colleagues, we need another one at least from the floor, or anybody in the chat box. Do you have anything on the chat box? Who is helping me on that? So that's very good. Let me interpret it positively. Are you anybody raising hand? Yes, please. Front row. The vice chair, non-executive vice chair, on behalf of the non-state actors.
Though there is no vice chair in our structure, but I think I want to thank my colleagues, and indeed I'm glad to see Andrea and to hear from her. I think the fundamental issue I want to emphasize is in the reforms agenda should really be strengthening the process and ensuring that behavior change and accountability is at the core. And I think the point that Monica raised, which we really have to think through very carefully, is the issue of how do we manage periodicity and the waves without necessarily diminishing the accountability element. Because if you start doing waves, how do we ensure accountability of everybody at one particular time? Yeah. And I think the element that also the minister raised of making sure that the process is anchored nationally is another additional point that makes very much sense now, that we must systematically see how we institutionalize the monitoring process. So it's not globally driven, but really part of the gene, the material system of the governments across the board, both recipient and development partners, to ensure that we all measure our progress. I think those were very good points that I came out with. Thank you.
Thank you, Vital, for that, I think, comment, feedback. Thank you. I think the issue of mutual accountability and behavioral change, having a much more broader scope than a very narrow one relating to only to the recipient countries gathering, I think, momentum in this discussion. Professor Song also raised that issue in her intervention over there. So let me start backward now. Professor Song, let me bring you first. You have heard all other speakers, and if you want to highlight one or two issues at this moment, I'll be giving 1 minute each over here. Now, please, go ahead. No, I would like to have Professor Song first. Not Mr. Song, Professor Song.
I mean, thank you. I think I don't really have a response, but I have a question or a follow-up question. So the importance of philanthropic groups was raised, but and already in the current version or the 2018 version of the monitoring, we have different stakeholder groups like CSO, the large companies, SMEs, trade unions who are answering on the indicators 2 and 3. But also, my question would be then, how do we know which philanthropic group really represents this big group of philanthropic groups? How is this sort of representation selected per different stakeholder groups? That's actually a question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that these technical issues will crop up because representation in the samples, also regarding the issue of attribution will be also a major issue. Because even if we measure the results, the attribution to whom, because of what, and nothing happens because of one reason. So that these technical issues will still haunt us for quite some time. Mr. Song, please.
I don't have any special idea, but as a donor agency,
maybe you'd like to tell us a bit more on COICA Lab, LAP.
Yes.
Oh, no, anything, what you want to. I'm not imposing anything. Please, you feel free.
Yes, as a donor agency, we try to organize the further lab upon my Ministry of Foreign Affairs request. And also, we will share our techniques and knowledge with other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Song. Daniel, Dr. Daniel Coppert. Daniel.
Hi, yeah. Interesting, very kind of consistent themes coming through in both in the presenters and the panelists and the questions being asked. I'll pick up again on this sort of national ownership and kind of institutionalization of the process. I mean, from the perspective that I was speaking about on information and data, partner countries and development partners sometimes have different information needs, and that obviously often leads to development partners not using those systems and duplicating and creating their own. They often want information in response to kind of short-term sort of projects rather than kind of the long-term needs of country partners. So this sort of institutionalization of the process is fundamental so that this process can it's not just about improving the process so we get better information. It's also the positive contribution it can actively make.
Daniel,
so supporting and strengthening these systems.
Let me interrupt you. When you say institutionalization, you mean under the GPDC framework or the country issues you're talking about?
I mean the country issues.
Okay, thank you.
I mean incorporating that.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. I just wanted to clarify. Okay. Anything more?
I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel, for that institutionalization concept. Monica, please.
Thank you. For me, from the previous session and also from even this session, the issue of data is coming up, more frequently. And we must admit that most partner countries, the data, collection systems is very weak. So this is an area that, as we do capacity building, is an area that will be critical because Professor Son also said about, data coverage. And the data coverage, the issue is because at times it's not available. So you only collect what is available, and that will make comparability a challenge. Just to mention that already Kenya is on top of this. We are working with COICA Kenya at the country level, and they are supporting automation and digitalization of the public data management office, which will make data in the future, available. Thank you.
Thank you for your double emphasis on the data issue. Thank you very much. Now let me come to Andrea. Andrea, you have been listening to all of us over here, and there are, other issues embedded in each of the points that had been made, and you yourself know much more than many of us because you are sitting on the driving seat at this moment. So, what are your thoughts at this moment after listening to all of this? We can't hear you. Please, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, one critical issue which came up several times and which we take very seriously is really sort of retaining accountability for all actors while we are moving to a more flexible system. And let me assure you, I mean, that's something we're thinking through. And even though if you have a system where not all the data is collected at the same time, you can still add that up and actually do a global report, as Monica was sort of requesting, for instance, ahead of a HLM meeting. So that's still something we want to retain, and you can actually do that, although data is not coming in at the same time for everybody. So that's something we would like to retain. And also, it was also asked from the colleague from Uganda, you know, whose results are we measuring? So it's important we are measuring results from development partners, we are measuring results from country, and we need to kind of show them much more clearly. When it comes to my own constituency, I was very much in favor, and I'm very much pushing the issue of not only having partner countries' profiles as we have it now, but really also showcasing the results from the development partners. They are around, but they're not so easily available. And that's really sort of a hindrance to accountability. So Debbie also mentioned that, you know, very seldom in the VNR of development partner countries, the GPDC results are measured. And that's probably because they're not that visible and showcased through the GPDC, and that should certainly something to be changed. Two additional points with regards to foundations. We have a representation of foundations in our steering committee who is a sort of an organization who brings together various foundations, and they are reflecting also on the monitoring and what effectiveness means to them. I would think that in the future we probably need to look at foundations maybe in a differentiated way. There are foundations who are more contributors of finance in a large way, and as we know, we have really large foundations who are bigger than some of the multilaterals. So, but on the other hand, in the foundations camp, we also have a lot of organizations who are more similar to civil society organizations, and maybe this there needs maybe to be some differentiation, but I would also be very much in favor of bringing foundations closer to that system and maybe giving options to kind of see, you know, what's the nature of the foundation? Is it more a contributor to finance or more operating under sort of a civil society engagement strategy? But that's something we haven't certainly not resolved yet, but it might be something to come. But I'm also feel encouraged by the huge importance everybody's giving to data, and we do hope that with including that more in the monitoring, we can incentivize different actors to really move on data and be more coherent and provide support to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. I think I'm very happy that you have taken so good note of all the comments which have been made, and also they were very critically constructive. And I can see that you have added in your own value to it. Thank you very much. We look forward to your good work and wish you all success in taking us through the next year. We are really very grateful that the Honorable Minister is still with us. He had given us enough time, only shows that how much interested he is in this matter. So Dr. Yanara, the Honorable Minister of Cambodia, may I ask your final reaction, sir.
Thank you, moderator. I do not have any specific comment to add, just to share my agreement with Mr. Daniel from UK on the importance of institutionalization of the monitoring process. And also I wish to share my view with Mrs. Monica from Kenya on the importance of the ODA, reliable ODA database and database system. And these two important points has been very well implemented with great success in Cambodia to avoid that monitoring exercise is not the monitoring exercise is not an ad hoc process. It's very institutionalized. It's embedded in government system. Second point, I just to appreciate all presenters and panelists, our panelists, as well as our colleagues who made comments after presentation by the presenters and panelists. I very grateful for useful and important comments, and I do hope that the co-chair and the joint support team very well took note of those comments as the foundation for refinement and finalization of the reform proposal. That's all. Thank you very much, and I wish to hand over to my moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for those very, perceptive, as I said, your initial presentation and also your concluding remarks as well. This will be a good, the message for us to take the process forward. Colleagues, thank you very much. It's time now to close, and I must tell you that those who have heard me before, that I believe I always follow my grandmother's principle. My grandmother told me that don't make more than 3 points in a conclusion because people are tired and they won't remember the fourth one. So what are my 3 points today over here? The first and foremost, I think the issue of data had been very, very highly, appreciated or underscored and emphasized. So the data of all sorts, all time, all coverage, everything over there. So this is a very, very important point. We will have to take note of it. The reform program is taking note of it, but we will have to do it properly. I think the second issue which has come around is the behavioral change issue. At the end of the day, what do we do with the data? Because if we cannot invoke behavioral change, which leads to better effectiveness of the use of scarce resources, then the whole purpose is defeated. So the issue is the accountability, transparency, ownership, alignment, harmonization, whatever term we use. At the end of the day, the actors must behave differently because of the new information, the evidence-based policy changes which we need. This is two. But the third issue, I think, which was not discussed very much today, apart from the minister's initial comment, is about the political appetite. I think the political ownership, the political buy-in has become very, very critical. It is not only the political buy-in possibly in the recipient countries, but particularly in the provider countries. Because of the taxpayers' fatigue, because of their own economy being contracted, because of the rise of the ultra-nationalistic feelings, and also the various kinds of economic trade barriers which are coming up. So I think the third and possibly the most important point from my point of view is to create the political appetite by providing more evidence that really the international development cooperation works. And that is what will be also necessary for that. And I conclude, to do that, we would need more research, we will need more data, we need more analysis, more open-mindedness, and a proper platform along with the Busan initiative in the future. That would be my parting comment. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being with us till this time of night. Give an applause to yourself now and to all our speakers today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, speakers and panelists. Now we will have a short 5-minute coffee break until 9:35. And this is a kind reminder, the forum will now end around 11:30. Thank you. We will now begin session 6 of the forum. Session 6 will take place under the theme of the future of GPEDC and the way forward. The moderator of session 6 will be Mr. Cho Young-moo, Director General for Development Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea. Please give him a round of applause.
Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. It is Friday evening, 9:40 in Seoul time. It is very late, but thank you very much for your participation. I'm very much honored to moderate this important session. The topic we are going to discuss is the future of the GPDC and the way forward. Yesterday and today, we have been exchanging views on a range of important issues around development effectiveness. I remember that many speakers have already touched upon this topic. I heard Busan Principle 2.0 or New Busan Principle. It's very meaningful to reflect on the progress in the last 10 years since the first HLM on aid effectiveness in Busan, and to discuss how to prepare for next high-level meeting in Switzerland, which will be 2022 Summit on Development Effectiveness to be held around the end of next year. I also believe that it is the right time to reinvigorate development effectiveness to properly respond to rapidly changing development environment. Unprecedented crises such as COVID-19 and climate change are reversing our progress so far. A key question at hand is how to make the GPDC fit for the purpose. We have excellent speakers of 1 presenter and 4 panelists. I'm very much looking forward to hearing their insights on how we should prepare for the high-level meeting. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ambassador Thomas Gass, Assistant Director General of Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation and GPDC co-chair representing the OECD top constituency. How can the GPDC strengthen its demonstrated impact and HLM3 reinvigorate the actions by all stakeholders to improve effectiveness at the country level? Ambassador, you have the floor.
Distinguished Director General Cho, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be part of this important gathering today, and also a pleasure. I think it is very appropriate that we start the road to the Development Effectiveness Summit in 2022, that we start in Busan. It reminds us of the way the Olympic Games always start with the flame leaving Greece and then going to the different sites, and maybe this is something we should be doing when we do future high-level meetings, when we prepare future high-level meetings, that we go back to Busan and ask ourselves, what was it about? What was it that actually gave us the energy and the inspiration to establish this multi-stakeholder partnership with its ambition and its strength? I can't see the slides, so I'm just trying to see. Okay, now I can. Good. So if I could ask you to move to the next slide. So I'm going to take you through a brief reference to the review recommendations. As you know, there has been a GPDC review. I'm going to just touch on this briefly. And then I'm going to speak to you about the summit and what opportunities are related to the summit, what we see as possible outputs, the different elements to the road to the summit, and then how you could engage with us in preparing this important event and some questions for the discussion. So if that's okay with you, I would like to move on to the next slide. As you know, and I hope you can see this slide better than I can, because on my screen it's very small, the writing. But as you know, there was a GPEDC review, a thorough review has been done, both of the performance of the partnership as well as of its way of working and its governance. And this review, I know many of you are waiting for it. And I must say, prior to this meeting, I was a little bit disappointed that it was not yet online. And so unless this has been done now and I'm not completely informed, I want to, here in your presence also commit that this review be placed online by the end of next week, so that everybody has the time to look at it prior to the steering committee meeting in December. So you will see when you get a chance to look at this review that it actually confirms that our mandate as a partnership remains very relevant, particularly in the current times, but that there is a weakness in internalizing the principles, both at the national, the subnational level, but also within some of the constituencies. And this is very similar to the second point of Dr. Bhattacharya that mentioned it just now. I mean, it's important that we actually, that the development effectiveness principles actually bring about behavioral change. So this is one of the points we will have to be working on. The other point that is being highlighted by the reviewers is that middle income countries do not have such a strong buy-in to the partnership and to the principles, and therefore we need to do more to bring them on board. Finally, or not finally, but then there is a recommendation that relates to strengthening the conceptual framework, both for planning and communication of the GPDC. Also looking at how we operate and how do we fund our activities at the global level, but also at the national level, how we can strengthen the different action areas and make them less dependent on the country that is taking the lead at a given time, and then also how we can integrate in a stronger way the regional approaches in the GPEDC. Another point that is touched upon is the role of the joint support team and its capacities to support both the global overarching activities, but also the different action areas. We will be at the next steering committee, we will be putting on the table a draft management response, and therefore I'm really encouraging everyone to peruse the report itself, so that everyone can either directly, if you're a member of the steering committee, or indirectly through the lead of your constituency, to participate in the discussion about the implementation or about the findings and about the management response to the findings. We'll be looking there at how to embed the action dialogues at the country level, how to strengthen national coordination mechanisms, what we can do to demonstrate impact. The third point of Dr. Bhattacharya, we can only achieve this political ownership if there is really a demonstration of impact, and that we have solutions that work. Then we'll be looking at tailored guidance for specialized constituencies on how to revitalize the action areas and also strengthen some of the thematic work. Finally, we'll also be looking and discussing during the steering committee some of the issues that touch upon the way of functioning of the GPEDC. How can we strengthen the constituency-based consultation model, make sure that the co-chairs have a stronger anchorage within their constituencies? How can we make sure that the IFIs are involved in a stronger way in the partnership? We've already spoken in previous sessions today about the foundations. We're also reaching out to them. And then, of course, how to strengthen the joint support team. So this is, I would say, a teaser in a sense, and I mean that in a positive way. We don't want to tease you in a frustrating way, but we do commit that by the end of next week, this report is online, so that everyone can peruse the report of the reviewers prior to the next steering committee meeting and can influence or can provide inputs to the persons who are actually representing their constituencies in the steering committee. If I can go to the next slide. I just want to underscore that this high-level meeting, this summit that we will have at the end of next year, is an opportunity for us to underscore how critical the effectiveness principles are as a game changer to support the decade of action for 2030 agenda and the SDGs. And I really believe that the current context with the crisis, the COVID crisis, but also the climate change crisis, that these kind of bring home to us how important it is to really make sure that the Sustainable Development Goals are a social contract at the national level, meaning we need multi-stakeholder mechanisms. We need to have governments and countries in the lead in implementing the SDGs. We need to put the SDGs, use them as a beacon, as I like to say. A beacon is not necessary for sunny days, but it is necessary when there is a storm, and that's the case right now. So the idea of the summit is not to put the institution of the GPEDC in the center, as much more to remind of the importance of strengthening country capacities by putting effectiveness into practice at the country level. We have been, for the last 2 years particularly, we have been in a crisis mode. Of course, when we are in a crisis mode, it helps to mobilize energy, it helps to mobilize funds, but it also tends to override national systems and tends to override the capacity of the population, of the civil society, of the social fabric to actually deal with the crisis and with the challenges by itself. And so we do need to get back to a way of working where we place the capacity building at the center of our concerns. Secondly, we will have the opportunity throughout this road to this high-level summit to underscore the importance of partnerships to support those furthest behind and strengthen resilience. This is what we need to, this is the quality check that we need to apply to make sure that our partnerships are actually delivering. It's not the outputs. We need to make sure that actually the furthest behind are strengthened in their resilience. Thirdly, we need to, and this is also related to the importance of political ownership, we need to make sure that there is a new narrative around development effectiveness, but a narrative that can that can be used in a different way by the different stakeholders who, of course, need to show to their own constituencies how important development effectiveness principles are to deliver on the SDGs. If we can move to the next slide, just to give you a sense of what we're looking to the next slide, please. If we can, here just a list of some of the outputs, some of the outputs that we want to put on the table at this high-level meeting and that we'll be working towards throughout the next year. Firstly, a call to action, this new narrative, some strong messages. It can't be very long. We want to focus on something short, something that unites us, something that shows that development effectiveness is relevant to the current crises and to the current priorities of the global community. Secondly, the new monitoring proposal, which you have just been discussing. Thirdly, evidence from the countries, a synthesis report from the action dialogues showing that development effectiveness is and continues to be a relevant topic at the national level. We have a number, more than a dozen now, of action dialogues that have been taken place, and we hope until April, May next year to have some more, so that we can show that during these 2-3 years, GPEDC has not just been introverted, looking at its own functioning, but has really been the driver of relevant discussions about development effectiveness in the countries that are moving forward towards the SDGs. Then there will be a discussion on new working arrangements. And of course, this is very important, concerns a number of you, the technical outputs of the work programs, of the action areas, for example, from effectiveness to impact, data and statistics, private sector engagement, South-South and triangular cooperation. And I must say, as co-chairs, we so appreciate the leadership that many of our partners have taken on these different issues. If we can move to the next slide. Just to give you the date, so you can write it in your agendas, 12th to 14th of December, 2022 in Geneva, Switzerland. We hope that there will be a high ministerial participation and, of course, key GPEDC actors present in Geneva. At the same time, we're aware that the world is not going to be completely out of the COVID pandemic yet. And so we are planning to do this in a hybrid form, as the Busan Forum is currently. We have recently, at the beginning of October, we have made some really good experience with the United Nations World Data Forum, which was held here in Bern at the beginning of October, also in hybrid form, and it worked very well. So we will build on that experience also as a host country for this next high-level meeting. I already mentioned the outcome document needs to be short and concise. Also, because of the hybrid nature of the conference, we can't take time. We can't have a lot of time to negotiate text. That would be very difficult to do during the conference. Of course, we will have exchanges with all the partners about this text, so that we put something on the table that is consensual and that it can be carried by all. But we want to focus on really the essentials, on what unites us as shareholders, as stakeholders of the GPEDC. And then, because of this hybrid nature, we see the road to the summit, which in a way is starting today here at this Busan Forum. We see this road as just as important as the summit itself, because in the end, we want the summit at the end of 2022 to celebrate what has been achieved throughout the year 2022. So if I can ask for the next slide, just as an illustration of different milestones in this road to the Effectiveness Summit. There's the steering committees, there's a conference at the LDC conference at the end of January of next year. I hope that you are registering to participate in this very important conference. Will be held in Doha in presence, but then all the United Nations meetings, the meetings that are also promoted by the OECD and other stakeholders, the high-level political forum, the GSSD Expo, General Assembly, and others. This is just an illustration to show you there are many events, but this is also a space for the events that you would like to suggest or that you are having within your constituencies and where you would like to showcase and like to speak about development effectiveness. If I can go to the next slide. So question, how can you engage in the preparation, in this road to the Effectiveness Summit? Well, get engaged in the discussion about the review. That is not on this slide, but I already mentioned it now a couple of times. Then we hope that we can give you a draft outcome document at the beginning of February and start the discussions on this basis. Maybe not the document itself, but some elements that we can work on. Then we ask you to enlist your events and mobilize your constituency and region and and tell us how we can work with you to give more visibility to development effectiveness in important events that are happening within your constituency. Then the action area deliverables are very important. We need to make sure that those are solid and that they are convincing. And then, of course, the action dialogues, we need to make sure that within the next 4 or 5 months, we still carry out as many action dialogues as possible, possibly also some at sub-regional level. We've been talking to Colombia, for example, for maybe doing something at the sub-regional level. That is very exciting, and I can totally see a report that looks at the results from national action dialogues as well as the as some outcomes of sub-regional or even thematic action dialogue. The important is that we focus on what is happening at the national level, and this has been said this morning and also yesterday during the sessions. That's where the rubber hits the road, and we want to make sure that we show that development effectiveness continues to be relevant on a day-to-day basis at the national level. If I can go to the last slide, just as a base for maybe the discussion, and I know that some of the participants in the panel afterwards have received some of these questions before. So the question, what are the most important commitments that we need to see in the outcome document? How can we attract greater political attention and engagement? What are the key actors that still need to be mobilized? We heard some in the previous session, some of the foundations, some of the, also I think yesterday it was mentioned that some of the non-DAC donor countries and other partners should be mobilized a bit stronger. We heard you. Then question, how can you contribute to the road to the summit, and what would success at the Effectiveness Summit look like for you? With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to give back the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. I think your presentation is a good foundation for our discussion at this session. I'm wondering, Mr. Jorge Moreira da Silva is still with us?
Yes, I am here.
I understand that you are in a hurry to go to airport. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. I apologies, Director General and Ambassador Gass and all colleagues in the panel, because as we are running a bit late, I have this issue. I'm in transit and I need to catch a flight. But let me build well, my response precisely on the last point made by Thomas Gass on the opportunity that this summit represents to build a new era of effectiveness based on an updated understanding of how to partner in ways to build back and respond better to today's global challenges, including COVID, but also climate change and increasing inequalities. And there is one basic element that is, from our perspective, and as you know, we are the secretariat of the DAC, and we are with UNDP also the joint support team of the GPDC. We think that the effectiveness principles are clear, are straightforward, but require an accelerated and more tailored interpretation by all different stakeholders and depending on the country context and specific sectors. Building Back Better is our opportunity to innovate, create, and ensure that our solutions are delivered in the most effective manner. And I'd like to emphasize that the DAC members are doing their homework. We have heard from Andrea and now from Thomas Gass also references, specific reference to this. Let me share that an internal reflection exercise since 2020 has helped members of the DAC to apply the effectiveness principles in new ways to improve their systems, policies, and practices. So there is lots of momentum on the effectiveness agenda, not just at the GPDC, but also at the DAC. We are supporting this work, and we expect that these reflections that have been made at the DAC modernize their understandings of effectiveness to better deliver in different contexts. And this is crucial also for DAC members' engagement with a wide range of partners at the country level going forward, as we have heard from the previous panel. So we think that the summit will be crucial, and being crucial, it would be also important to engage the growing number of middle-income countries in the run-up to the summit. I think that this element would be very important in order to demonstrate how they address effectiveness challenges in often complex contexts and across different stages of development. This can pertain to many issues, including how to ensure country ownership that is grounded in a whole of approach in the spirit of the 2030 agenda. But I'd like also to mention in this context of the preparation to the summit, the involvement of non-state actors and specifically the private sector. Since Nairobi, the global partnership has made great strides in working with the private sector. The Kampala principles adapted the effectiveness principles to private sector partnerships, and this was, in my opinion, a game changer for this effectiveness agenda. These principles help business, governments, and civil society to improve how they work together in practice at the country level. There are several case studies that show how thoughtful partnering can improve outcomes in different contexts. For instance, from setting up COVID-19 testing facilities in Bangladesh to digitalization in Uganda, and reskilling in Philippines, and providing health services to marginalized women in Colombia. So it's just a few examples of how the Kampala principles have already played an important role in boosting this effectiveness agenda. So we think that at the summit next year, we have the chance for a vibrant discussion in the Kampala community, a clear reflection of how far we have came since the issue of private sector engagement has been raised at Nairobi in 2016. One final point that I would like to make, if you, it's about the quality of the summit outcome document, which will depend on a clear vision for it. We really support the co-chair's ambition to articulate a new, concise political narrative for the effectiveness to move to a greater action at country level, crafted in ways that it receives political support and buy-in from TAC members, emerging economies, and partner countries. However, it should not be a Christmas tree of abstract ambitions, but help to put existing commitments into action. And in this context, we think that the endorsement of the new GPDC monitoring proposal is a key factor for the success of the summit. I really think, and again, echoing what I heard from the previous panel, this monitoring will open an exciting new era for the global partnership. The initial proposal made by the co-chairs with joint support from the OECD and UNDP is promising. It maintains the key role of the monitoring in driving accountability for the implementation of the effectiveness commitments at global and country level, and also generating evidence for dialogue and learning. It also reflects, based on the proposal that has been developed, the evolving expectations and needs of different stakeholders and diverse country contexts. Not least, the new proposal is and should be more focused than ever on driving dialogue for action, particularly at the country level. And we at OECD look forward to continue supporting the co-chairs to bring the proposal over the finish line for the endorsement at the summit next year. And again, many thanks for inviting us for this session. And again, I would like to apologize for the fact that not being able to be for the second round of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Da Silva. Ambassador Thomas Gass has provided the aims of the summit with proposals based on lessons learned from the GPDC review, such as strengthening performance and improving governance. Also, he has proposed summit outputs, including monitoring reform, evidence showing, and new working arrangement. And also, Mr. Da Silva explained about the work of DAC in relation to development effectiveness, including monitoring the understanding of development effectiveness. And he also he has also emphasized the more close cooperation with the private sector, and he expressed high expectation of the summit, including monitoring reform. Actually, we are around 30 minutes behind the schedule. I'm asking our panelists to stick to 10 minutes. And let me turn to our next panelist, Mr. Ian Mitchell, Co-Director, Center for Global Development. He is joining us online as well. Mr. Ian Mitchell, you have floor.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Young-Mu, and congratulations to this event. I think the hybrid format is working really well when I was watching it on YouTube earlier. And as Mr. Gass said, I mean, it's great that this agenda is being kept alive with the leadership of Korean colleagues. So let me, if I can get my slides up as well, please. I wanted to talk a bit about the challenges for global partnership, and I'm afraid this will be quite broad. And for those of you who are up late in the East, I apologise. I hope that my slides won't send you to sleep, but I will go through them quickly, fear not, and they are more graphs than words. Could we skip forward one slide, please? So two things I want to do is look at 5 challenges for the global partnership in its broad sense, and then come to some ways forward. Some of them are provocative, because I think that's what you want from the person from a think tank. I should also say, I mean, the focus in my job is always on the development partners, the providers, the high-income countries. So nearly everything I'm saying is about challenging those actors, and that's the context for most of my comments. So Let's move on a slide, please. Some of us this week were at the Centre for Global Development's Leaders Conference. We bring together 60 leaders of development agencies from across the world, not just DAC, but also beyond. And we talk about the challenges for those organisations. And of course, I mean, I don't need to tell you that we've got a global pandemic and a major economic contraction, a climate crisis, nationalism and power rivalry is the context here. But what's interesting is we conducted a survey of staff in these development agencies, and 85% of those staff still think the Busan principles are very relevant. And that's a very positive thing, I think. I mean, we've heard people talk about that tonight. But three-quarters do say that there's value in renewing them to account for the changing role and purpose of ODA. So I guess that's the context, the positive and the negative. Next slide, please. So first challenge, I've heard other people mention this already, but of course, development assistance isn't just provided by the DAC anymore. We produce a measure called Finance for International Development. That suggests that on a grant equivalent basis, 1/6 of global financial assistance is outside of the DAC. And a recent World Bank report has China as the second largest lender after the World Bank, but also Russia 7th. So, I mean, this is where the global partnership should be adding huge value with engaging that broader set of partners. And I'm glad there's an ambition to bring those countries in. Next slide, please. So for many of us, and for me, the first principle is ownership. And I heard colleagues talk a bit about the coverage of the monitoring survey over time. And even though there's a changing composition to the countries that are responding, if you put the chart together as this one does, and you look over time at the scores, there's not really any sign of any substantial improvement. I guess the criticism or the critique I would make, though, of the partnership is when this was reported, I think it was the end of the third monitoring round in sort of 18 months ago, the results were really buried in a PDF document. I mean, to me, this is newsworthy. This is a challenge for providers and for people that say they're committed to the SDGs. And I'd like to have seen the partnership make a much bigger fuss about a lack of movement on what most people, I think, would argue is probably the core principle of partnership. And I think that's something that can be made more of going forward. Next slide, please. I'm glad to see Mr. Gass emphasise leave no one behind in the reforms going forward. I think that's important. I don't think you'll be able to see the chart on this slide, but we've recently done a review of kind of effectiveness measures, and what you see is there's a little bit of progress on tied aid, but the ODA definition still overstates loans, includes private debt write-off. I think we see that ODA is not more focused on the poorest than it was 10 years ago. There's some different ways to look at that. And also on ODA, and I'll come back to this, but there's just no recipient voice in the definition. And I can't believe in 2021 that the providers still sit around the table and decide what counts as aid without any formal input. I'll come back to that being a role for GPDC in a moment. And then finally, or not quite finally, but thinking about wider effectiveness trends, there's a nice World Bank report recently, which I'd point you to, Changing Landscape Trends in Official Financial Assistance, that looks back over 20 years. And there's some trends that are concerning, or challenges, again, for the partnership and the principles, which is that the volume of finance that is not specific to recipient countries has quadrupled. You can see it in the right-hand panel on that chart there. So these non-geographic specific financial assistance has grown quickly. The number of providers hasn't increased much, but the number of entities providing financial assistance has gone from 191 to 502. So if fragmentation is a problem, that's a big deal. And remarkably, against the backdrop of basically broadly rising flows in terms of volumes, the average grant size actually fell by nearly half. So these are new things that I learned, that this report was only out 2 weeks ago. And I think that does provide some contextual challenge. And then next slide, please. I mean, I guess the final thing that I'm emphasising in everything I talk about at the moment is, I mean, climate finance is the elephant in the room now for development. The 100 billion goal, although it's massively problematic in the way it's specified, is driving a lot of behaviour. So a quarter or a fifth of global ODA now is now climate focused. But there's problems with this because the apparent 80 billion progress that we've seen, we did some analysis. I mean, total development finance from the DAC countries has only increased by 44 billion over the period where we're claiming 80 billion of progress on the climate finance target. So what that tells you is there's a reallocation going on. It's not additional. 2/3 of it is on mitigation. ODA's main purpose is to benefit the recipient. Mitigation is global public good. It's for all of us, not for the recipient. That's a major issue. There's no coherence with the 0.7 target. The climate finance and 0.7 are in different units that overlap. And COP26, I think, actually was quite successful in getting an adaptation agreement to double to 40, which would be 40 billion. I think that's good news. But there's going to be more challenges in the form of a new target from 2025, starting from a floor of 100 billion. And I think these are challenges for the global partnership. They're exactly what the partnership should be about. So, next slide, please. What does all this mean? I'm sorry, I think you might be one behind. One more, please. There. So my 4 things for the GPDC. It was great to hear Dr. Jason speaking earlier about the monitoring survey. I couldn't agree more. So it's the only source we have giving volume to recipients' voices on what providers do. So it's critical, it's really important. But you need to maintain the questions and improve the response rates. So I recognise that there's a move to a more phased approach, and I think that could make sense, but it would be such a shame if we lost the ability to compare over time. And I'm glad to see using the results at country level. And I think I already said, let's publicise the results. I again agree with someone else who said earlier. Let's have a moment when the results break, and let's make a splash with those results and challenge people. But I'd like to see measurement go further. And the non-DAC is the obvious place where this could work. We try and collect that in our Finance for International Development measure. We're a think tank. You guys have much more legitimacy. And that should give a voice to recipients in the definition of what counts. So that could either be in form of formal feedback to the DAC, but it could also be a complementary or separate measure using DAC figures as we do. And ultimately, this is the provocative point. I don't know if Jorge's still here. I mean, he's the secretariat to the DAC, but maybe the global partnership should replace the DAC. I mean, it's really not for a subset of countries to determine what assistance is. I think there's a role in coherence between climate finance and ODA targets and any others that still exist around concessionality. And of course, 2030 is not too far away now. So maybe the thinking on what comes afterwards is a role for the partnership. And the UNFCCC and the climate negotiations are not perfect. So UNFCCC is another 20 years older than the GPDC. But I think what you see with that is there's a core of, it could be a model for GPDC, there's a core of really high quality, internationally brilliant technical work, and then there's a highly political process. And I think that twin track is something for the GPDC to consider, and that's why I emphasise the data part, because I think that's got to be the core, as Dan said earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. He has well described the challenges regarding finance actors, ownership, recipient effectiveness, and climate change, and also suggested how we move forward in monitoring, measurement, and coherence with the proposal from the institutional perspective. I think he has succeeded in achieving his goal. I think your presentation is very provocative. I expect that a lot of reaction from the audience when we go to the Q&A session. Let me move to next panelist, Mr. Mamadou Diallo, Deputy General Secretary, International Trade Union Confederation. I'd like to put the question to you: how can the road to Geneva ensure inclusive engagement of all relevant partners? You have floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's a pleasure for the ITUC to take part in this discussion, and I would like to greet my colleagues who are with me in this event. This question is important because strengthening the multi-stakeholder nature of the GPDC and ensuring inclusive engagements of all relevant partners will be fundamental to consolidate the partnership in the lead up to Geneva and beyond. Inclusive partnership are strongly valued characteristic of the GPDC and reflect its added value to the implementation of the Agenda 2030. They are at the heart of the new networked inclusive multilateralism that is being promoted by the UN Secretary General as a necessary step to achieve a new social contract that will put the SDGs at the center. Indeed, different stakeholders might have different views of what a new social contract should look like. For instance, the trade unions have been calling for a new social contract that puts the creation of decent climate-friendly jobs, workers' rights, social protection, equality, and inclusion at the center. But we are aware that we will need to work jointly with different actors to achieve this. And that is through an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach that we will find each other and be able to contribute to joint solutions to achieve the SDGs. Let me start first by sharing some lessons that we have learned from our long-lasting experience on multi-stakeholder engagement with governments and the private sector through social dialogue, and I will then highlight some key elements from the work of the GPDC that we can build on to ensure an inclusive engagement in the road to Geneva. Through our engagement in social dialogue, we have seen that certain prerequisites are necessary for trade unions to effectively engage and make meaningful contributions. First, the representative nature of each stakeholder needs to be valued. This implies the need to guarantee an enabling environment which for trade unions refers to the right to freedom of association and collective bargaining, as well as right to organize. That is, workers must be allowed to freely associate and join trade unions, and these must be recognized as intermediaries. Secondly, transparency and access to information must be ensured. To be engaged, stakeholders need to be adequately informed and what they are engaging on and have access to all the necessary information. Another important aspect to ensure a meaningful engagement is capacity building. When dealing with technical issues, the stakeholders need to have the capacity to analyze and create opinions and position on the different issues at stake. And finally, we need to guarantee that there is a meaningful involvement in the process to create ownership. Information session or discussion in which the view of stakeholders are neglected will lead to a lack of interest and diminishing trust. So discussion must consider the views of all stakeholders involved, sorry, and trust needs to be built among them. Based on this last point, and relating this more closely to the work of the GPDC, I believe that inclusiveness needs to be meaningful and focused on key areas where relevant partners can contribute. As trade unions, we strongly value engagement in the areas of CSOs, enabling environment, where we can make specific contribution to ensuring that the right to freedom of association and collective bargaining, as well as the right to organize, are respected. These rights are fundamental to the existence of trade unions all over the world and therefore to any contribution and engagement we can have on development cooperation policies. Another area where we believe we can fully contribute and where we have been actively involved is private sector engagement. Trade unions are constantly engaging with the private sector at the workplace, country and global levels, and we consider that is fundamental to involve trade unions in this area to ensure that the private sector contributes to the development effectiveness principles and respects a human rights based approach. Within the work of the GPDC, an area where the multi stakeholders nature of the GPDC was so strongly valued and which can serve as an example of the approach to follow for inclusive engagement in the lead up to Geneva has been the elaboration of the Kampala principles for private sector's engagement. Throughout this process, there was a meaningful engagement of the relevant actors and their concerns were included. This approach helped to build trust among the stakeholders involved and ensure they worked together toward a specific deliverable. We also believe that the reform of the monitoring process and framework is contributing to a strong multi-stakeholder engagement and including the concerns and priorities of all relevant stakeholders. Through the different constituency consultations and discussion in global meetings of the partnership, the co-chair have managed to ensure an inclusive process where different stakeholders' views were included and consolidated. The outcomes document of 2022 summit will also be very important in shaping the way towards the future of the GPTC. And we believe that this document should include all the concerns of the different stakeholders engaging in the partnership, reflect their contribution and their priorities for the new phase of the global partnership. These are some examples of successful approaches to ensuring inclusive engagement in concrete initiatives which should be extended to other areas to guarantee ownership and recognize the contribution that different actors can make to the global partnership. But it's also essential that this meaningful engagement at global level is reflected at country level, and this has been more challenging. Stakeholders' engagement at country level has been uneven in past monitoring rounds, but also in the work of some of the most recent action areas, as well as the action dialogues. Effort should be therefore now focused on improving stakeholder involvement at country level, and this should be done through the support of constituency representatives at global level. For instance, the ITUC has 332 national affiliates in 163 countries and territories around the world and therefore can provide focal points in most of the countries where initiatives are undertaken. The same applies for other stakeholders of the global partnership. Coordinating this global representative structure to guarantee adequate constituency engagement at country level will lead to a deeper engagement at the 2022 summit. And we hope this message could be heard by our partners. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diallo. He has covered a number of important issues, and he has highlighted the multi-stakeholder nature of the GPDC and the principle of inclusive partnership in order to find joint solutions. He has also shared with us lessons from engagement with the government and private sector through social dialogue, as he emphasized meaningful engagement is essential at the country level as well as at global level. Now I'd like to invite my final panelist, Dr. Moses Isuba, Executive Director, Uganda National NGO Forum. He's only panelist next to me. And my question to you, how can trust between actors be improved to promote more impactful collective action at the summit? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, moderator. And thanks for the rest of the panelists and the presenter for this session. I think the test of any trust is at the time of a crisis. Right now, we are at a time of a crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, and there are conversations that we've been hearing of another pandemic. So I think the only way we can actually talk about building trust is, and also on the road to Geneva, that at the end of the day, we need to all arrive at Geneva when we are alive. So I think one way that we can actually build this trust is that we need to be able to ensure that everybody is healthy at the end of it all. And we need to ensure that everybody is insulated against not only COVID-19, but any pandemic for that matter. I think what's going to be very important as we go towards Geneva is to ensure that there are conversations that perhaps for a long time we have not paid attention to, or if we have paid attention to, they have not been conclusive, that we need now to reach a conclusion. For many countries in the global south, the issue of vaccine access remains very critical. We've actually talked about vaccine nationalism, we've talked about vaccine appetite. Now we need to be able to test the trust by having technology transfer, by having conversation with the World Trade Organizations on aspects of patent waivers, so that many countries in the global south can actually have recipes that they need for making the vaccines. And the technology transfer and the capacity building, these are going to be very important. Many of the countries in Europe now have the biosafety labs up to the level 4. 25 of these are in Europe, 13 in Asia, 14 in the US. And in Africa, there's quite a limitation. When you're looking just at the biosafety level 3, there are only 3 countries, Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria. And at the biosafety level 4 to be able to make the vaccine, we are talking of only 2 countries, Gabon and South Africa. Therefore, it's going to be very important that there is that technology transfer to be able to have everybody alive before Geneva. The second point in terms of really having the trust is on the issue that we've actually talked about, I think, in the last session, that with COVID-19, many of the economies have contracted. So besides the contraction arising out of COVID, the other important aspect is the aspect of nationalism. We're having nationalist, inward-looking leaders right now who are redefining what development should look like. And so what's going to be happening, the volume of aid is going to be drastically reducing. And because it's going to be drastically reducing, it's going to be very imperative that we inject the aspect of philanthropy in the equation. And there we are trying to build the trust that we need to try and create philanthropy as a central pillar for development effectiveness. Another important aspect for really building trust is that, if trust is going to be built, we need to have partnership of equals. And so we want to make sure that as we move towards Geneva, that we are all sufficiently insulated against the overbearing power and privilege that actually oftentimes comes into this relationship. And so what we're going to be needing now is not only building horizontal social contract, but building a vertical social contract where countries are going to be able to make decisions, where are going to be benchmarking development effectiveness on the country models and making sure that we respect the subsidiarity principle, that those closest to the ground know the solution. And if we're going to be able to provide any form of aid, that this is aid that then is addressing aspects as defined by the country, not as defined by the donors. My other point that in terms of really building trust is that we've spent a lot of time, I think yesterday, talking about the whole aspect that there cannot be a one template that is used. We're going to have to make sure that the recipient countries, there is agency there is resilience, there is knowledge, and all these aspects that are critical for development effectiveness. So we have to deconstruct knowledge. We have to build on the local knowledge systems and pay attention again to the subsidiarity principle. This becomes very important for us to be able to address trust, which is important that we know we be able to have impact that we all need as we go towards Geneva. So in terms of really us addressing the trust, is the point again, and perhaps this would be my last point, is that many of the countries now are struggling with the aspect of the quality of debt management. And I think many of the countries are also living in a debt distress. And I think one way that we can actually be able to gauge trust is to be able to see that debt distress being attended to, so that when we, as we go towards Geneva, countries are able to go when they are not in distress. That countries are being supported to attend to their aspects of debt management, to improve their debt management quality. So for me, all those become the critical points that we need to pay attention in terms of us being able to talk about impact of the summit next year.
Thank you, Mr. Isuba. Thank you very much for your comment. You suggested that regarding vaccine, patent waivers, and technology transfer, and capacity building, also you emphasized the importance of knowledge and expertise, and also you suggested that the enhancing quality of debt management and reduction of debt distress, and how we can build our relationship based on trust. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to open the floor. Is there any comment and questions to the panelists from the floor? Please raise your hand. I'm going to pick up two, three questions, and then I'm going to give 2 minutes to each panelist to respond to those questions and comments. If there is none, I'll put my questions, I mean one or two, and probably our panelists can respond to my questions. I think that it is very important to mobilize political attention and engagement in advance of the summit. I think that how can we can you mobilize a greater political attention for our summit? Also, I think that my question is that what is the single most important commitment you would like to see in the outcome document? I think that each panelist each panelist has 2 minutes and responded to my question. And if you wanted to add something in the please do that. Let me start with Dr. Isuba first.
Thank you. I think the foundational preposition that I would like to be able to make here, uh, again, referring to the first question, is that trust is going to be primed on a relationship of equals. But I think what's going to be very important, and especially in the monitoring reform, is that we need a relationship of shared results and shared outcomes. And whenever we're going to be able to get involved in this, it's likely that we would have both positive and negative. Now, when there are positive results, these need to be acknowledged. And where there are negative results, I think there is need to be able to have conversation with the recipient countries to be able to discuss that, and not to be responded to in a way of pulling back, but actually to enable the countries to be able to address what could have caused these negative results. And so then such a relationship then is, if it's nurtured, it can actually purposefully be able to bring the countries back on the rails. And so in a way, we're able to build up the partnership. And in a way, then, it actually evokes the political will which is needed.
Thank you, Dr. Isuba. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Diallo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. We very often in our statements repeat that we shouldn't leave no one behind. If we want to make it effective, we should have an inclusive approach, I think, and involve all the stakeholders and take into account their concern. We believe that development is only effective if it improves people's life. It allows people to get a fair income and to have access to main essential needs. And this, we think, is important to be reflected in the outcomes of the Geneva summit. And from the trade union perspective, of course, it will be related to the respect of life, to fair wages, social protection, equality, and all the necessary means that can improve living and working conditions of people. That's my take on this to respond to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diallo. And then I'd like to invite Mr. Ian Mitchell.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, maybe two things. I mean, I think Mr. Diallo is right. Leaving no one behind is absolutely critical, and so you want to see that. I guess always the challenge with a partnership is bringing the general to the specific. So something that did that in the outcome document or that moved us in that direction would be great. I guess the other thing is less what the words say and more who is saying them. And there are these different international agendas where some countries find it difficult to cooperate at the moment, but maybe this is one where countries can cooperate and find common ground. So maybe when we were talking earlier about the balance between DAC and non-DAC in actors, some high-level attendees and high-level commitment outside of the DAC could really maybe move things forward and give a fresh mandate that would allow the kinds of innovations that we were talking about with data earlier and maintain that momentum that we've called for in the core products of the monitoring that we all rely on so much and would like to see strengthened.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Ambassador Thomas Gass.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think one of the dilemmas we will have going into next year is how much do we want to create a perfect result and before we are ready to engage into, let's say, the new phase and into the continuation of the partnership, and how much are we ready to mobilize our own constituencies to give some, let's say, advanced credit to this partnership. I think that will be a very key issue for us. And certainly I have been, and you heard Mr. Da Silva speak just now. I mean, my constituency within the GPDC are the OECD countries, and I can tell you, I have not left one opportunity, behind to remind them of the importance of their own commitments, of the importance of the development effectiveness principles, etc. And I think that we all need to, as as uh, as people who have helped to conceive and to create this partnership, we need to be during this coming year. We need to all be on deck, and we need to mobilize our constituencies. Mr. Diallo spoke of all these representations throughout the world of ITUC, and all of us have similar constituencies that we can and that we should mobilize to give a kind of an advanced credit to this partnership, because in the end, as I said, we need to work towards a beacon that gives us hope, even if we don't have everything yet, have received everything that we need to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. And I think it is time to wrap up. I would like to conclude our discussion by highlighting 3 points. First one is that the effectiveness agenda still matters in a time of global crisis. The Busan principles remain relevant to maximize the impact of our development activities. And the inclusiveness of the GPDC should remain as a key value to implement the Busan principles and commitment. Second one is that the political engagement is critical to move the effectiveness agenda forward. To this end, we need clear linkages of the GPDC work to the SDG and better result on the ground that can demonstrate the impact of development effectiveness principles. The third one is active engagement and ownership by all stakeholders will be the key to make the HLM a success. For this, expanding our support for creating an enabling environment and strengthening country capacity will be essential. With that, I would like to bring this session to a close. Once again, I thank our speakers for your valuable contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho Young-moo, Mr. Thomas Gass, and panelists. We will now have a quick 5-minute break to prepare the stage for the closing session. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the closing session as the last step of the 2021 Busan Global Partnership Forum. I would now like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ham Sang-wook, Deputy Foreign Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea, to the stage for his closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to thank the speakers and moderators for their insightful presentations and constructive comments. During the last 2 days, we gathered together under the banner of the GPEDC to address the challenging question of promoting development effectiveness, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many ideas and views have been put forward by diverse stakeholders. I hope they can be thoroughly reflected at the Summit on Development Effectiveness that will be held next year in Geneva. The forum covered an extensive scope of topics on development effectiveness, ranging from new narratives to the future governance of the GPEDC. Considering the in-depth level of discussions, I do not wish to repeat all the important points. Rather, I will share some key takeaways. First, it is more important than ever to live up to our development effectiveness commitments. Financing for development is a tremendous challenge in this time of global crisis. It is particularly so for developing countries due to their limited fiscal space. With COVID-19 putting an extra strain on resources for tackling development challenges, it is imperative to maximize the value or quality of our investment. Second, there are several gaps to be filled. One is the gap in the global discussions and country-level implementation. Another gap is in the understanding of development effectiveness among different stakeholders. The other is the gap in aligning the GPEDC monitoring framework to the Agenda 2030. We can narrow these gaps by sharing best practices, learning from champions, and strengthening capacity at country and local levels. Third, we need to scale up new innovative partnerships. I am more optimistic about achieving zero poverty when I hear of partnerships such as UNICEF GIGA and Extreme Tech Challenge, as well as innovative work being carried out by a new generation of social entrepreneurs, such as Cross Boundary and New Globe. The GPEDC should further facilitate such partnerships, which can offer innovative solutions to enhance the impact of development on the ground. Through the Busan Forum, Korea will continue to provide an open space where diverse stakeholders can exchange ideas, policies, and experiences in implementing the Busan commitments. I wish to conclude by thanking you for joining us from different parts of the world, and I wish our participants from abroad a safe trip back home. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Deputy Minister Ham. Next, please welcome Ms. Eureka Mador, Assistant Administrator and Director of the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy of UNDP, for her speech.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me from New York. And first of all, of course, I would like to thank our kind host, the Republic of Korea, for convening us and for continuing, not least, as we've heard now, to advocate for the principle-led and evidence-based approach to really see that we can leverage our joint development efforts. And we really appreciate your efforts, Minister, and I can assure you that UNDP, but also the entire UN development system, is fully commitment to this work alongside with you and the partners in the partnership. Now, just today, we've heard about what it means to implement the principles at country level and what the future may hold for the global partnership. That is actually our main vehicle that we have built throughout years to drive these effectiveness efforts, more relevant perhaps than ever before. And the partnership's basics accountability exercise, the much needed monitoring process, giving us critical insights into progress and different partners' contributions at country level. And it is always worth, I believe, underlying the premise of our meeting here. How we work together matters. And in terms of the 2030 agenda that was just mentioned, it is just as important as the goals we set for ourselves in the form of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's how we work together that will make it possible for us to achieve what we have decided upon. And with development cooperation flows under greater pressure, as we know, than ever before, as the pandemic is both reducing our collective resource base and driving and accelerating needs at the same time, it is more important than ever to focus on how we work together on the principles of development effectiveness. For UNDP, one of the key pillars of the United Nations development system, representing the system here today, the effectiveness principles continue to guide our work, and we are premised on country ownership. From the country program documents, we agree with governments to the integrated national financial frameworks that empower governments to manage in-country resources better. But we also work in broad partnerships with academia, with the private sector, and with civil society, fully in line with the partnership and how we've decided that we need to move forward. Now, on mutual accountability and transparency, we remain a lead on the International Aid Transparency Index. We are the most transparent UN agency, and we're proud of being that and to be able also to share our experiences with other actors. We are also really focused on results, and we agree to work toward with program countries and donors alike, and to use also transparency and accountability as drivers for the results that we want to achieve. And we continue to work with an ever expanding base of partners, really improving our partnerships with private investments, with new initiatives such as the SDG investor maps that I really urge you to look into, and the SDG impact standards that are ways of driving development finance to use what we have in a different way towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And remain a core partner also to the development CSOs with about 10% of our programming actually, and increasing going to and through such partners in a strategic partnership, increasingly strategic partnership, I would say. Now, looking to the future, and I'm soon to wrap up, this is really also the reason why I personally champion the global partnership inside and outside of the UN system. Those who have met me before know that I have accompanied the partnership from the civil society side, from the government side, and now from the UN side. And as I've said, I find it equally important, or even more important, that we build on what we have constructed now, because it is so needed in the world of today. Together, we bring our principles to the country level, as we've discussed, and the UN system and UNDP stands ready to continue to do that. Co-chairs, including my friend Thomas Gass, here with me today, showed really foresight in inviting also the independent review of the partnership. There is always scope for improvement. We know that. We also need to get the political traction, as we've discussed, from our partners. And the real insight, of course, in inviting the review is also in the understanding just how much the partnership has to offer in our efforts towards the 2030 agenda. But also, I would say, the importance of looking at how we can also have our partnership inform the ever increasing discussions with regard to the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Now, responding to the review thoughtfully and working closely with stakeholders, this will help us to ensure the partnership can continue for another decade to come and be the driver, the true driver of the effectiveness that we want to see. Beyond the review, we also very much look forward to the 2022 Effectiveness Summit and coming together with our partners to take stock of where we are and how we can redouble our efforts to keep supporting the decade of action. We are already thinking about how we can support the efforts to carry on our progress by ensuring that the partnership remains focused on the basic political economy of development cooperation, and in partnership with partner countries. We want to link the thoughtful analysis to headline policies, the currency of our decision makers, here with us today, to see to that we can continue to engage decision makers across the world. And we also want to see an engaged way of working with other headline policy areas. As I said, from climate finance, that I believe that we should look closer into, to the work in fragile contexts, where we see an increasing number of the poorest of the poor being actually left behind, as was alluded to before. Thank you again, Your Excellency, for hosting us. Thank you, colleagues, for joining us. And on behalf of UNDP, but also the United Nations Development System, we also look forward to the continued road that we have ahead of us and for the results that we can achieve if we come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Modor. For our last speech, we will have Mr. Thomas Goss, Ambassador and Assistant Director General and Head of South Cooperation Department of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to just underscore again how important it was for us to come together in Busan, be it in hybrid format, to kindle that flame that we're going to carry throughout the road to the Effectiveness Summit in Geneva at the end of 2022, within a year's time. So we have a year now as partners who have helped to establish this partnership, who have inspired the partnership, who have also pushed the partnership to improve and to evolve. We have 1 year to rally the political interests, to make sure that our outputs, our action areas are ship-shape, are well advanced, and that also our monitoring system is ready to go as soon as the next high-level meeting has taken place. We have this opportunity to place development effectiveness at the core of the discussion on achieving the Agenda 2030, as Ulrike Moder has just said, making sure that we get the how ready and not just the objectives by themselves. So a great thank you to all who have participated and who are continuously participating in the reflection on how we can improve the narrative, how we can improve the mobilization, make sure that our multi-stakeholder partnership is one that is dynamic, alive, and that includes all relevant partners, but also make sure that some of the difficult issues are actually on the table and are being spoken about. And that's why we look forward, as of next week, to have a live discussion about the results of the external review. And then, of course, to coming together around some strong messages that might not include everyone's specificities, but that are actually bringing us together, uniting us, and showing the world that development effectiveness is a critical issue to be looked at, to be considered when moving forward to achieve the SDGs. So, in closing, I'd just like to thank again the government of the Republic of Korea to always hosting this inspiring forum every year, and keeping this flame going. I would like to thank all those involved, and particularly also on behalf of all of us who are, who are connected from further west. Thank you all in the room tonight for staying so long. We know that for this conference to be hybrid, someone had to make the sacrifice of staying up late, and you all did so. And so a big thank you to all of you for doing that and for making sure that this forum delivered on many interesting and innovative ideas from the beginning to the end. A big warm thank you to you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador Gas. Now, the 2021 Busan Global Partnership Forum has officially ended. Thank you very much for a meaningful 2 days with fruitful discussions and insights on enhancing development effectiveness. We hope to build on this meaningful momentum and that we all meet in person next time for the 2023 Forum in Korea. Thank you very much for your attendance and have a pleasant evening.